Testing. Good evening. The time is now 4 p.m. The Warwick Finance Committee is in session. Item number 1 is PCR 65-22, resolution relative to transfers, supplemental appropriations, and emergency appropriations. May I have a motion of favorable action to open for public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Item number 2, PCR 66-22, resolution adapting the budget and setting the tax rate of the City of Warwick for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022, and ending July 30th, 2023. May I have a motion of favorable action with public hearing?
Move for favorable action with public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The time is now 4:01. Finance Committee is closed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
doing? You leave it next to me.
You can put your beers in there too.
You have no idea.
Good afternoon, everyone. I call the City of Warwick City Council meeting, special budget meeting for May 23rd to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. Councilman Foley, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to give a couple of comments on the start of the meeting about the process of the meeting, and then we are going to dive right into it. So tonight, Monday and Tuesday, tonight and tomorrow night, the City Council and members of the public can ask the administration questions on each department category in the budget. We're going to go through the entire budget. I ask that we will get an answer from the administration to your questions. We may agree or disagree with the answer, but once a question is answered, we will move on. Again, Monday and Tuesday of this week will be the public hearings. And then on Thursday, that's when amendments will be made and votes will be taken. Amendments may be made and votes will be taken. Everyone will get the exact same amount of time when presenting and asking their questions to the administration. We ask council members and the public to please pause when their time is up to allow everyone an opportunity to speak. The clerk will be enforcing the council rules, so she will have the clock going. Again, everyone gets the same opportunity to speak, whether you're a council member or a member of the public. This is to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Any process questions on the meeting itself will be answered by Solicitor Walsh. And I think it's safe to say that, everyone here tonight, the council members, the administration, the public, we all want what's best for our city. We all want what's best for our community. So I just ask everybody to stay respectful tonight. I look forward to a thoughtful discussion on the budget. So with that, I invite the administration to come join us at the table here. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, team. I believe the mayor wants to dive right into the budget here, so he has foregone his opening remarks. He's presented the budget to us, and that's what we're here to discuss this evening. So at this time, I will call on Director Schaefer, who is going to give a presentation. Do we need to make a motion? And we will dive right in. So the first item this evening is revenue. Director Schaefer.
Thank you. I just want to put this in context, and we didn't cover this part of it last year, but how's that? Better?
Much closer, please, Director.
Peter, 1 second. We're going to take a motion just to open the meeting, and then second, then we'll come back to you. So can I have a motion, Councilman Howe, to open the public hearing?
Committee voted favorable action motion to open the meeting to the public.
Second by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Foley, and Councilman McElroy, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, and Councilman Gephardt. The clerk will call the roll to open the public hearing. Sorry.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to open the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Director Schaefer, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. I just, with regards to revenues, let me just say one thing on property taxes is obviously the big one here. And I'm comfortable that we have a conservative estimate. If you go to our collections and I like to look at how our collections, both prior year and current year, compare to the total levy. And if you go to our audit report, the tax collector's report, we collected almost 99.9% of our levy in fiscal year 21. And part of that was very high. Part of that was because they had a first tax sale in 2 years. But the same comparative analysis, we're at 99.1% in the fiscal year 23 budget as current year and prior year taxes as compared to the total levy. So I'm comfortable that we've got the right number in this budget. The second thing I wanted to talk about was other revenue collections. And for the most part, we focused on estimating revenues based upon a 3-year average. In some cases, especially in the real estate area, we used more up-to-date data because clearly there's been a good resurgence, whether it's real estate transfer taxes, building permit fees. We're doing better than the 3-year average. For state aid, we're using just what's published in the state budget. But I do want to focus on one thing that's not really covered in the mayor's message, but was last year is results of the pandemic. And there's still some categories of revenues that even forecasted in 23 have not recovered to the prior, to our baseline. And the baseline being pre-pandemic. And for example, airport car rental fees, we collected almost $1 million in fiscal year 19. Our estimate is around 750,000 in 23. We're looking at only collecting around $400,000 or $500,000 in the current year. There's a possibility of improvement on that. Same with airport parking. We have not recovered. The airport parking fees were almost $1.3 million in fiscal year 19. We're only estimating around a little over $700,000. There's an opportunity for some improvement in this year and certainly the following year if we're talking about long-term financial situation of the city. Room occupancy has recovered better than the direct airport categories, but we're still somewhat below. And the last one that I would talk about is investment earnings. Our investment earnings on free flow cash plummeted when the pandemic hit, as the federal, they've just started to improve. We're still looking at an estimate that is a couple of $100,000 lower in fiscal year 23 than we collected back in, especially fiscal year 20. We collected almost $600,000 in investment earnings, short-term investment earnings. We're estimating about $250,000 this year. So I think there are real possibilities for improvement. They haven't materialized yet. We don't have the data, but we think there's some real opportunity for improvement in a number of these revenue categories. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, that's my opening comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. And I do want to point out that this is a new item that has been added. This is the first time that this item has been added to this schedule list that was requested by a number of council members that wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to speak of this. Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Chairman Howe, were some of them. So I just want to point out that we are open and want to discuss everything that includes within the budget. So at this time, are there any members of the City Council that would like to speak on the revenue portion of the budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. And also thank you for including the revenue into this discussion. This is something that I think is important that we have that opportunity to discuss, because if we don't know how much we're getting, we certainly are not going to be able to forecast how much we're going to be spending. I have a numerous amount of questions for the director, and I'd like to start with the with the McDermott pool fees 100-03518. You are projecting for 2023 about a 50% increase in those fees for the swimming pool. Is that because the pool is back in full swing, or are there other reasons for that projection?
I can tell you that the baseline, things were not in full swing at the beginning of the fiscal year.
I'm sorry, you have to speak into the mic. I can't hear you.
I can tell you that the baseline, that is the current year, things were not in full swing. This is one problem. This is an area where we really need Parks and Rec to testify on that. They will be here for their department. But I can't speak to, I believe we're using the estimate. Let me just look at.
But this revenue budget is proposed by you, is it not?
Not in some of the departmental categories. We're relying on their evidence they presented. Most of them, yes, but that's one, that or the rink, I would not have.
Mr. President, if I may recommend that they give Mr. Schaefer the microphone in the center of the table, therefore he can face the person while holding the microphone. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Schaefer? You was talking about
Yeah,
some of the departments.
Well, just, I mean, you can, if you're talking about the pool, you know, we collected 70,000 last year. We've collected 105,000 through the end of February. So I don't think that's an unreasonable estimate, but it's one of the few. You're asking a question where you really need that department. I'm just not an expert on that. And I don't think you'll find many others that are like that, but this is one you really, when Parks and Recreation is here, you should talk to Beverly.
Okay, so essentially, Parks and Recs provided you with the numbers and you
Yes.
just plugged them in. Okay.
And that's not the case with most of the others, but in terms of the recreation and a few others, it's really just relying on the department.
With the rescue service fees, in 2022, there was quite an uptick in those rescue fees. And I would add that this council several years ago increased the rescue fees substantially to mirror some of our neighboring cities and towns. That increase is not borne by the taxpayers of the city of Warwick. I want to emphasize that. That is not an expense incurred by the residents of the city of Warwick. It's a fee that's assessed to the insurance companies and outside cities that we do service for. So in 2022, the uptick, I'm going to assume, would be COVID related because of additional rescue runs?
Well, just if you look at the numbers in the budget, we collected in fiscal year 20, almost $3.3 million. Then there was a drop off during the pandemic, and the chief will tell you, people didn't want to go to the hospital. They didn't want to take the rescue run. So there was some kind of a fall off during the worst of the pandemic. So we're estimating $3.5 million. We collected almost $3.3 million the last good base year, which was 2020. I think that's a good estimate, reasonable estimate.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking from the proposed budget of fiscal year 2022, you had budgeted 2.9 million. The projected number is 3.7 million. I'm asking if you think that uptick was a result of COVID folks not going or now folks going?
I've got to turn this over to Lynn because she's involved in that program more than I am.
Okay.
So some of that uptick would be the increase that the council approved a couple of years ago. There was a decrease because people just weren't driving. It was more about car accidents. So unfortunately, those have had quite an uptick. Also, the council approved a collection agency. So I was able to send a lot of the old bills to that agency, and we collected quite a bit more.
And you're reducing it by a couple $100,000 this year. What's the reasoning for that?
There aren't as many bills being sent to the collection agency.
There what, please?
We don't send as many bills to the collection agency as we used to.
Okay.
So we brought it down a little bit.
I mean, that's an important number because if some of these projections are off one way or another, obviously it's going to have an impact as to where we are in the future. State fines and penalties, what is that? It is item number 03, it's 100-03676.
I don't know, there's a number of different components, correct? I don't know all the different components. I don't know all the different components. We could research for you, but it's not a material amount of money, but it's $100,000 for the year. But
You don't think that's a material amount of money?
not to a $330 million budget. No, I don't.
To a taxpayer paying the bill, it is.
All I can say is,
When you don't know what that number, you don't know what that revenue is. So how are we going to track that number?
all I can say is that if you look at the budget, we collected 111,000 in fiscal year 20, 97,000 in fiscal year 21. We're estimating $100,000.
Mr. Schaefer, I understand that. I can read the numbers. I've got them right here in front of me. I'm asking, what is state fines and penalties? I'm asking, what is that revenue? If you're going to track a number, if you're going to track numbers, you obviously should know where it's coming from.
I mean, we have,
That's what I'm asking.
am I
What is it?
correct, Lynn? We have one revenue code for a number of different, very small fees. Some of them city clerks, some of them,
So,
You have 2 minutes, Councilman Lattiser.
excuse me?
2 minutes?
2 minutes? Oh, so we're gonna hold to this 3-minute thing? We got a $340 million budget here, and we're just gonna hold to 3 minutes? Okay. So then, that's gonna be a little difficult to get the answers to these questions then. Because right now, we have a line item of 100,000 that's just minuscule, but we don't know where the money's coming from, and I sure don't know how you're gonna track it. On page 61, the item 100-03329, airport parking surcharge.
yes, and that's what I talked about earlier at the beginning of my presentation.
Yeah, I know
We
you
have
you
not
had
seen
spoken
the.
about, I'm
we-
asking you why that particular line item has been reduced.
Because we haven't seen the recovery
Okay.
from the experience at the airport corporation.
Has the gate at the airport increased this year or in this fiscal year? We brought in a new airlines.
Let's see, where is it?
It's on page 61 in the budget. It's down about 5 or 6 items from the top.
But
03329.
just going back, and went back further, in 2019, airport parking fees, we collected almost $1.3 million. In fiscal year 20, that dropped to $1 million. We're only estimating about $773,000. We have not seen a recovery on the airport parking fees or on one of the other categories that I talked about earlier. And I think it's a window of opportunity. I hope it's going to be higher, but we haven't seen any evidence that they've got the kind of, and I keep seeing the signs. I think they've reduced their price too. But we haven't seen the kind of recovery that we hope to see long-term.
That's why I was asking you the question. Again, with the decline, what I'm looking for is that you are comfortable that this is the bottom number, and if there's any place for
Yes, I
that
would say
revenue to go, it's up.
Absolutely. I would say airport-related, investment-related, we're about $1.3 million. Our estimate for '23 is about $1.3 million below fiscal year 19, which was the pre-pandemic year. And so I talked earlier, so we've got airport car rental fees are below what they were back then. The airport parking fees, room occupancy, a little bit below. And obviously investment earnings with very low investment rates up until about 2 months ago.
Other than these 1, 2, 3, 4 items from the airport, does the airport pay any other monies to the city?
I believe the EDC is getting the money from the airport corporation and transmitting it to us. That's where Lynn is receiving monthly wires, something like that.
And that number is 754,000. So is it accurate to say, other than these other fees, which is car rental and parking and surcharge, the only monies that the airport is paying to the city of Warwick is 754,000?
No,
That's
we're
projected. Actually, this year, it was 744 projected. That's what the airport's paying us, 745,000.
there's 3 different categories. There's
I understand that. I already identified the other 3. Those are fees and surcharges. The airport themselves, the airport corporation, for being located in our city, for taking 3,600 homes, for using our police and fire on numerous occasions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All they're paying the city of Warwick is $744,000, $745,000. Is that right?
He's just looking at I couldn't hear what he said, but those 3 categories.
Councilman Lattiser, it's actually those top 4 accounts. So 3324, 26, 28, 29, they're all back to back. Another important component of the airport is quite simply the airport tax. Our airports are full all the time because of it.
I'm sorry.
But yes, that directly, those are the only 4 payments the airport makes.
Which ones are you talking about? I can't understand what you're saying.
3324, airport EDC.
Yes, that's the 7.
3326, airport parking.
Right.
3328,
Mhm.
rental car surcharge. 3329, airport parking surcharge. They're all back to back on the budget.
I get it. I understand. What percentage of their take, they being the airport, on airport parking, airport car rental, and airport parking surcharge,
So
what percent of their take are they reimbursing or are they paying to us?
3324 is actually a component of flights. There's a whole ridership calculation that comes through the airport through EDC. The 3326 is a flat amount that I believe is a state law, $500,000 a year. 3328 and 3329 have to do with a surcharge on rental cars and parking at the airport.
What's the percentage that they're paying us on
I don't-
3328 and 3329?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
It's in the statute. It's in
Yeah.
the state law, what the fee is per
we
unit
don't
of
know.
measurement. I don't know what the
We
answer
don't know
to
what that fee is.
No, it's,
So how
it
do we
hasn't,
track?
it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed in many years.
Yeah, I remember attending some of those airport corporation meetings and speaking about those percentages. So how do you track those numbers? If we're not sure what the percentage is that they're paying, how do you, let's assume it's 7%. How do you know that 394,000 and that 774,000, how do you know that's the right number? Do they provide you with accounting for what their car rental charges were, and here's your 7% off of that, and that's how we come to that number? Or is that just a number that they send on over and we accept?
No, but we're tracking monthly payments that we receive from them, or periodic payments, and seeing how we stand during the year relative to our budget estimate. and then coming up with an estimate for the new year. And it's clear that they haven't had, in those two categories, it's clear we haven't had the recovery back to the baseline in 2019 that we had.
I'm not talking about the recovery. I'm talking about the accounting that documents how they came up with $394,410. How do we know that number is accurate? Based on what mathematical formula? You have money in, a percentage out, and that's what comes to us. How do we know what that number is? That's what I'm asking. What's the formula? How do you know? Is there an accounting that the airport provides to the city saying, we collected whatever it is, $1 million in rentals, you're getting 7%, here it is? Or they just send us a check?
All the money is sent to the state from the airport. The state then sends us the money. The state is in charge of accounting for all of the auditing of that number.
The state is.
Yeah, the state takes the fee, and then the state.
So are
Passes
they
it through.
required to provide us with an accounting that comes down to these numbers?
No, but I'm sure they would provide it.
So then we don't know if these numbers are right or wrong, because we don't have the basis of how they're coming up
Well,
with
we
what
get
they're
paid
sending
in-
us.
We get paid in real time.
It's what, please?
We get paid in real time. So this is just us estimating what the ridership or the parking will be next year.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And I understand they send us a check, and I understand we deposit the check. What I'm asking is, when they send the check, how do you know the check is for the right amount? If they're not providing you with how many cars they rented, what their rental income is, and here's your percentage, how do we know the number is right?
Unless we're at the airport counting parking tickets, I don't know how to do that, to be honest.
Well, then, I guess that's something that would be worthwhile looking into, because with the other departments, when we get bills for tires from DPW, we know how many tires we got, and we know how much each tire costs and what we're paying. I think that's something that should be looked into, and I think that somebody, the state or the airport corporation, should be sending us an accounting. Whenever they send you a check, you should be getting an accounting of how they're coming up with this payment, because otherwise, I don't know if it's accurate. I'll put it on me. I don't know if it's accurate. If I don't see an accounting on how they did the math, I don't know it's accurate.
Thank you,
Interest bearing
Councilman. I'm going to
people-
ask that you take a pause here so I can see if other council members have questions. Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. Just get my notes here. Director, I'll just start at the top. I'll start with big numbers. State reimbursement, so it's 103,303,319. State reimbursement motor vehicle tax phase out. So obviously that has been accelerated. That number for 2023 is significant, $6 million higher than projected in 22. But I had some questions just about the projected versus actual for 22, which there's a significant shortfall there. So I'm just wondering if there's any risk in that 17,895 number, and any other info you have on that.
I mean, this is the number that was provided to us by the state based upon execution of the next phase as it's provided in state law, going to $20, maximum $20 rate, exemption increasing to $6,000. And Neil came up with what the levy would be based upon, and then the state came up with a number as to what our reimbursement would be. And this is the number that's in the state budget.
I guess the follow-up question and the important thing to get us comfortable, I think, with that line is just the shortfall against the budget in 22, and then is there any risk in 23?
Councilman, essentially it's a wash, because for every dollar we don't tax, we'll get more reimbursement from the state. So whatever comes into this bucket will come away from the other bucket. The number's a set number, about $25,246,000, give or take.
Understood. So it's really just a shift between whether the state's paying it or the taxpayers are paying it. So the bigger the number here, the more relief to the city's taxpayers, essentially.
Yes, it won't cause any loss in revenue at all.
Great, thank you. Let me see if I have any other tax-related questions while you're there. The transfer tax, where is that? Realty transfer tax is that a state tax, or is that a municipal? Is that a pass-through from the state?
Excuse me, what number is that?
Sorry,
What account number?
100-03507.
Thank you.
I still don't know what he asked. Recording fees,
He's asking for the realty transfer tax, second line.
the 2 million for the figure?
Yep.
Well, we've just seen the evidence of what we've collected so far, and I know, while the sales are down, the number of sales, the value of those sales is way up, and this is, if there's an area that we might be a little cautious about, this is one, because interest rates, since we put this budget together, have gone up 50 basis points, 100 basis points, but I'm comfortable, at the time we put this budget in, that was a good solid number in terms of the evidence of what we've had so far this year.
Okay. All right. So this is associated with, this is a fee that's assessed during any property transaction. Is that
I mean,
it?
the 3-year average has been about $1.6 million on the collection of that fee. And year to date, at the time we were putting the budget, was $1.5 million. We'd collected $1.5 million. So I'm comfortable with that number as of the time we made the estimate. Things change in the economy. Interest rates going up may affect that, but certainly based upon having collected $1.5 million 3/4 of the way through the year, a $2 million estimate is reasonable.
Okay, great. Thank you. Pilot revenue, payment in lieu of taxes, 100-3327. We stay consistent, it looks like, with past trends, but then the 2021 actual, there's this large loss. So I just want to make sure I understand that and eliminate any risk from that category as well.
Which one is he?
It's on the first,
And that's right from the state budget. They do as I believe Neil provides a listing of all our tax-exempt property to the state, that qualifying tax-exempt property, which would be mainly Kent County Hospital, but also a little bit New England Tech. And they follow a state law in terms of what the average tax rate is and pay us 27% of what we would have collected if it was taxed.
Yeah, Councilman, there were a few properties that transferred throughout the year. We do provide a list to the state, and like Peter said, we get 27% of what the taxes would be had the property been taxed at the normal rates. So it does ebb and flow. A few years back, it was Johnson & Wales. When they closed their facility, we lost a little bit there. This case, I believe it was New England Tech that had a couple of properties that changed. We picked up a little bit with the hospital, but that was the reason for the loss in this fiscal year.
so in this line on 2021, there's a net loss of 896,388. That is expected revenue from entities that would not typically pay tax that then changed hands or something?
I'll answer that one.
Thank you.
So that was a very strange year. A lot of our state aid was put on pause. This payment comes straight from the state again. They paused that. Our accounting firm had us accrue the revenue to the previous year. but the state replaced the funding through CARES funding, so we had to negate it here. And then you'll find it over in this 8.4 COVID relief 100-03316. It was part of that component. Part of the motor vehicle tax is there too, which is why motor vehicle is artificially low there.
Okay, got it.
It was a strange accounting error.
Got it.
Not
Nope,
error,
makes
entry.
Makes sense. I'm on a timer here, so I'm gonna move myself along. What are the current assumptions in terms of return for the interest on taxes category? I can find that for you.
There's 2 minutes, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 100-03612.
Kyla?
You guys might want to sit closer.
Kyla will answer it.
So that would be interest on taxes that have gone delinquent.
Just check your mic. I don't think it's
Better?
on. Yeah.
So it'd be interest on tax bills that have gone delinquent. Council approves in the budget the interest rate, and it has been historically 1% a month on the unpaid balance on the account, for a total of 12% a year. So it's in anticipation of prior year's collections on just the interest.
Okay, got it. And does that jive with what we expect to see in the current year? I mean, I know things are changing in terms of returns.
I would say it's been pretty consistent year over year, because if there's a shortfall in say, motor vehicles going delinquent, there's the increase in the property taxes being current due to sales of properties and everything. So there'll be a fluctuation in where it comes from, but it's usually pretty consistent.
Okay. I mean, I do see that one stays fairly consistent year over year. I just know that the markets are in flux now. So, all right, thank you. The last one I'll ask now is just under abatements and credits. This may be for Neil also. That is budgeted down $500,000 from, $500,000 from the current fiscal. Is that in any way due to the reval postponement or some other reason?
Internally, we've made a lot of substantial process improvements. So initially, we had budgeted $1,750,000 in the current fiscal year. We reduced that down this year because I think those process improvements will continue going forward. And even though there's going to be a little bit of probably increased appeals that result from the reval delay, we don't expect it to be at the level it was anticipated last year.
Can you give an example of what a process improvement that would cause a decline in abatements would be?
Basically, it's training the staff. Before I got here, there was a lot of telling people they should wait until the tax bills come out before they file the appeal. So we're now addressing things before the bills are going out so that anybody that has a legitimate issue, we solve without having to involve an abatement. There's also a lot of changes with the exemptions, a lot of reconciliation between the different software programs. We've had years before I got here that, quite honestly, I'm not sure how they missed it, but they weren't really paying attention and making sure the numbers reconciled. We have that down pretty well at this point. So I'm pretty confident that when we certify the tax roll, we can expect that revenue coming in, with the exception of some valid appeals that will happen.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm all set for now.
Thank you, Councilman. And just for everybody's information. What we're trying to do is I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. So if an individual, a council person, a member of the public asks a question and the time limit goes up, but haven't gotten the answer yet, it's the same topic, we're going to allow it to go on, like with Councilman Lattiser, it was the same topic. He got his response, then he paused. Councilman Gephardt went next, stuff like that. So we're not just going to slam it down immediately. Question gets answered, we're going to get the response on that one topic, then we will pause and move on. So, Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, thank you. Peter, on page 59, 100-03315, American Rescue Plan. What is that?
The mayor's message covers this pretty extensively, but we're getting $39.4 million. That's our entitlement. Part of it's the city share, part of it is our share of Kent County, which is about 49%. We're getting $39.4 million. You have a list in this budget of something like $28 million in projects, but we're also using some of this money, and it's covered in the mayor's message, to support the operating budget of the city. Some of the things that are associated with the pandemic, or, for example, high energy costs. We're using the money to pay health insurance claims for retirees and active employees that are COVID related. We've gotten good information from the trust on that, but some of it is to fill holes in the budget, part of which are revenue related. And we haven't had a recovery on a lot of the airport. We just talked about that. We haven't had some of it to recover some of the airport and investment earnings. So that is a revenue item for general governmental purposes from American Rescue Funds. Of the $39.4 million, approximately $10.8 million.
Yeah, so you expected it almost double then?
Yeah.
Okay. The other one I had, I know some of them were already asked from other councilmen. All right, on page 61, 100-03632, miscellaneous income. What is miscellaneous? The words general and miscellaneous really bother me because I don't know what it is. So, what is miscellaneous income? Because when you look at it, the numbers really go like in budget for 22 was 64,000. Then it was projected 12,000. Now you're talking 16,000. There's a lot of different numbers there.
Could you just read the code out again? I don't find that.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's 100-03632, miscellaneous income.
I still haven't found it.
I don't know how else to
It's
describe.
15 down from the top.
Yeah, I see it. Quite honestly, I don't know how to describe it other than miscellaneous income, and I can't think of an example at the moment.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
I'm at a blank for an example.
I mean, most of the fees that we collect, most of the fines that we collect are material enough that we send up a separate receipt account code for those fines. Some of them, they're so minimal that we have one receipt account for, and Councilman Lattiser went over one earlier. We set up one receipt account code for maybe 20 or 25 different fees or revenue that we collect, but that it hasn't been
So
material.
it's a combination of a
Otherwise,
few of them?
we might have 15 pages of revenue items. So the very small ones, we combine into one miscellaneous code.
Okay.
I mean, Lynn and I could, over until tomorrow, it would probably take us 15 minutes to research what the different components are, but
All right.
numerous.
Thank you.
You all set? Okay. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Flipping over to page 61, I'm looking at a line item 100-03678, sale of city property. I see that For fiscal year 2022, the current fiscal year, there is no projection there, and that there is a projection of $4 million in fiscal year 2023. So I wanted to check to see if the $2.1 million from the sale of Wick's School, if that was actually happening in fiscal year 2022, or if it's projected that purchase and sales, the exchange of the money, will happen inside fiscal year 2023.
That's the sale of the schools. We're budgeting for that.
You know,
Councilman Ricks, you wanted to know if the 2.1 million for the sale of Wicks was included? Was that your question?
Yes, included as part of the 4 million total.
Yes.
Okay.
both the 2.1 and there was another closing, 360,000, 3 weeks before. So both components are as part of that $4 million estimate, even though they were received this year.
The amounts are going to be received this year inside fiscal year 2022, but are being counted as part of fiscal year 2023.
The 2.1 is, oh, geez. The 2.1 is budgeted in next year.
Okay, and the I think it was 360,000 or thereabouts. That's going to be that was accepted this current year, so it's not counted as part of the 4 million.
It is not. It's actually going to be in 22. It just didn't make the budget because of the timing.
Okay. Oh, thank you. That that clears that up. Let's see. A couple other questions. I'm not sure if in fiscal year 2022 or 2023, if or how much the city would be receiving in revenue due to switching from West Bay to the trust.
That will be talked about during benefits, right? The healthcare savings will be talked about with benefits, probably at the end of these meetings.
Okay, just to be clear.
As you know, Councilman, a 3-year contract was awarded last year to Interlocal Trust based upon the bids submitted by West Bay. We got 2 bids, the West Bay and Interlocal Trust. The rates obviously roll from year to year based upon claims experiences. We don't know what WB would be proposing for FY23 since they're not our current carrier.
Thank you. To be clear, I didn't intend to talk about potential savings of a switch, but rather it was my understanding that because the city had been participating in the trust, that there would be a credit that the city would be receiving due to the previous switch.
Yes, there was and then maybe you can answer this. When we depart from one provider to another, just as when we previously had to move from the trust to West Bay back in 2016 or so, there was overcharge or premiums that were paid were returned that were not expended in claims some months after the contract with that provider expired. I don't know what that return amount was from West Bay. I don't know whether Lynn has that number or not.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I will say we use it to offset the expense and we don't use it as a revenue. But
Okay, and I suppose most important thing for our purposes this evening, that would have been accounted for already as part of fiscal year 22, as opposed to something we would be projecting as part of fiscal year 23.
That's correct.
Thank you. I suppose my last item is more of, well, I suppose one more item just to be clear on the record. What would be the percentage forecast for, as the percentage for fiscal year 23?
Could you repeat that? The acoustics here are a little challenging. Oh, could you repeat that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't quite hear. I'm sorry. It's the mics.
Could you repeat that, Councilman Ricks?
Oh, sorry. The percentage of revenue collected, just wanted to be clear on what the percentage was projected to be for fiscal year 23. I understand that it was approximately 99.9% for fiscal year 22.
Are you referring to property taxes?
Right.
Yeah, I think Peter addressed that earlier. The expectation for property tax receipts for 23 is the same for
99.
I mean, I think what I said to you in my opening remarks is that we're estimating something lower as a percentage, current year and prior year collection, something lower than what actually occurred in fiscal year 21, which was almost 100%, because we went 2 years without a tax sale, so there was catch up. So we're about 0.7% lower in terms of our total collections. And one thing that I just want to say, just remember, on real estate, we're ultimately collecting 100% of our levy because we have a perfect lien on those properties. Sometimes they're delayed, and that's why we have tax sales. And we're always going to lose something on motor vehicles and tangibles. Businesses go out of business, they disappear. People leave the state, take their cars with them, and we can't catch them, although I think Kyla does a good job with the state on trying to catch them, but there are some of that. But on real estate, we're going to collect 100% of our levy eventually.
Thank you. And then I suppose my last item is just more of a comment to pick up on an issue that sorry?
Minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'll be quick. The last item is more of a comment to pick up on something that Councilman Gebhardt raised. Looking at the top of page 60, line items 100-03506, recording fees, and 100-03507, realty transfer tax. Those are respectively projected for fiscal year 23 as being 1.1 million and 2.0 million in projected revenue. My concern there, and having some background in my full-time job in real estate, is with the interest rates increasing, and I'll be the first to say that at the time that this budget was being prepared, we didn't necessarily see the signs in the market. So, this is certainly not a knock on the administration in the slightest, but knowing everything that we know now, that total of 3.1 million, it may well be higher than, we may well rather be able to collect higher amounts than in some years before the latest real estate boom, especially with the boom that we saw during COVID-19. But for the purpose of perspective, the actual amounts collected in some of the recent years before COVID-19, including fiscal year 2016, the actual amount collected was between both of those line items, just shy of $2 million. Fiscal year 2017, also just shy of $2 million. And fiscal year 2018, a bit over $2 million. So that's an area where I would be concerned about a shortfall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council like to speak on revenues? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to follow up first on the items that have been touched on already, recording fees and realty transfer tax. Other numbers, that's 100-03506, 03507, $3.1 million. Are those numbers based upon the realty fee, I'm sorry, the realty transfer tax as well as the recording fees? Are those based upon the selling prices of the properties?
Yes.
Okay.
And as I said earlier, through the end of February, we collected 1.5 million. So I think the $2 million estimate is reasonable. Neil or Kyla can probably talk more about the exact computation, but
Yeah, I wasn't directly involved in putting the number together, but there's a couple of things. This year, where there was a new real estate transfer tax that impacted any sale over $800,000, so there's going to be additional revenue coming in from that. Also, as the market interest rates heat up, we'll see that there's changes in what happens with people unfortunately going through a foreclosure. All this triggers new recordings and new transfer taxes, and I think the
Sure.
estimate, if anything, is probably conservative.
But essentially, it's driven by the selling prices of the property.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I would point out that 2023 budget is about $100,000 higher in revenue projections than 2022. 2022, you got just about $3 million. In 2023, it looks like it's 3.1 million, right? So when we go down to item 100-03-100 in the property tax revenue, projected revenue for 2022 is 236,204,000. I'm curious as to what the reason is for budgeting 231,298,000 for fiscal year 2023.
Peter?
well, I mean, I went through the numbers in my opening remarks, and that this collection, this amount, first of all, the number is down because of the motor vehicle tax, because you were losing so much of the motor vehicle tax. But this 231,298 is based upon a lower collection rate than we achieved in fiscal year 21, which part of the very high figure in fiscal year 21 is because we had the first tax sale in 2 years. But this number is still 0.8% lower collection rate than what we achieved in fiscal year 21.
And on your state reimbursement for motor vehicle tax phase out, page 59, third one down, I'm not clear on how these numbers are here. So in fiscal year 2022, you have a projected state reimbursement of motor vehicle tax phase out of 11,900,000, use round numbers.
Yep.
In 2023, you're projecting 17,900,000.
Yep. And that's based upon state law, which is reducing the tax rate from $30 to $20. So the state's going to be paying us for that difference. It increases the exemption from $5,000 to $6,000. So if you have a $10,000 car, you're only going to be paying taxes on $4,000 at a $20 rate. And what the state forces us to do, they're going to pay us. And that's the computation that the state made for us that's in the budget.
Item 100-03612 and 613, interest on taxes, interest earned investment. I know you spoke to it. I know what we talked about as far as what the projected revenue is. So with fiscal year 2022, the projection is just about 2.3 million between the two. How much of that is actually collected to date? That's interest on taxes and interest earned on investment. How much is actually collected to date?
We had Kyla here that just responded on that.
I didn't hear her respond as to how much was collected. If I missed it, I apologize, but I don't remember hearing how much was collected.
Interest collected on taxes to date is just shy of 1.8 million.
Just shy of 1.8 million?
Yep, yes.
So we're down close to a $500,000 that isn't collected?
Based on the projection?
Sorry?
Based on the projection or based upon the amount
Yeah,
outstanding?
fiscal year 2022 projected, you have interest on taxes 2.251, well, say 2,252,000, and interest earned, all right, forget the interest earned part. We'll stick with the interest on taxes. Projected revenue is 2.252 million, and you collected $1.8 million to date?
Yes, but we haven't had our tax sale yet. It's Friday.
Okay.
So we have the interest on those taxes that'll be coming in as well.
Okay, thank you, Kyla. Item 75907, employee healthcare copayment. Has our cost of healthcare gone down?
Yes.
It is. By how much?
Well, we met, Steve's not here, but we met with the trust, and they'd given us an estimate beforehand, but our working rate is going to be 1.6% lower in fiscal year 23 than the working rate this year. And we're up a little bit because we've added in, if you go to the fire line, we've got over 30 new insurance contracts for the new firefighters. So that we're really about a level funded. It's one of the great opportunities we've had for balancing this budget is the decline in health insurance costs. And a lot of it, their argument is the kinds of premiums, discounts on pharmaceuticals that the trust has been able to negotiate. We had a good presentation with them last week. So not everything is going up in price, Councilman.
Well, I know one thing that has not.
And I know from talking to the health department, the school department, they've had good experience on healthcare costs as well.
I know one thing that has not gone up, and what has not gone up is co-pays, stop losses, free healthcare. That has not gone up. With the employee payment.
Minutes, Councilman.
Excuse me?
You have 2 minutes.
The number that you have here projected for, well, let's use this year. Projection for this year, 2,263,000. What percentage of the health care is being paid by the employees per department? Let me back up. Yeah, per department. Schools. Well, this is only for the city side. Police, fire, municipal. What is the copay for each of those groups that come up to that number?
I'd have to have the personnel
Is
administrator here
personnel
to
here?
answer that question.
Sorry? You're saying
20% is the co-payment.
You're saying it's 20% for police, fire, and municipal? You sure about that?
I believe police, because they're in Blue Cross Solutions, which is the HSA plan, they may be 18%, but the other's 20.
You're sure about that?
I wouldn't bet the mortgage, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, if it's between 18 and 20%.
Okay, so what you're saying is police, fire are paying, well, you didn't identify which group, but two groups you think are paying 20, and one group you're saying is paying 18.
Yeah, I
And
believe
you're sure about that?
because the police opted for the lower cost Blue Solutions plan.
Mhm.
which is more cost effective for both the employee and the employer, that there was a incentive for a lower copay at 18% versus the 20 across the board for the other employees.
You also have down, and thank you for that, Bruce, 89,961 reimbursement other. What is that for 1,116,500 in fiscal year 2023?
That's a school department.
It's what, please?
It's for the school department.
From the school department? And what is, that reimbursement is for what?
It's really just other. I know one came through this week that they did, I think they did a vaccination clinic for K through 12, and that's booked there.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. what
They
you
did
said.
they did a vaccination clinic, I think, through their nurses, and that was put to reimbursement other. It's little things. Tim, when he comes up, can answer that.
In item 75,600, that is employee benefits. There's a reduction of about 26,000 in fiscal year 2023. What would be the reason for that?
Those are benefit back charges from the enterprise funds.
It's what, please?
Those are benefit back charges from the enterprise funds from water and sewer.
Okay.
So it's based on head count there.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
I just wanted to touch on one that Councilman Ricks brought up. So the run out on the WB claims, that was a non-material number, right? Of what looking at the Marsh presentation here. So there was an expected, I think, 4 million remaining, and then there was a run out period, 515 days. I think the estimate was around 1.5 million. But there was a holding period of 515 days. So I don't know if, I know at the time no one could hear what either of you were saying, but I think the question asked was, did that 1.5 materialize? And was it recognized in the current fiscal year? Is it recognized in next fiscal year? Or would it be recognized at some point in the future?
Well, it's not a part of the general fund budget. The return of IBNR funds when we leave a provider goes into a special healthcare reserve. So it's not used for general fund purposes. It's a reserve fund. Whether or not that's been received, I don't know. Lynn's saying she hasn't seen it yet, so we can track that down and find out. We'll have an answer for you tomorrow night as to where that stands.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. And just would that actually be is there a designated account in the municipal finances for that healthcare reserve, or is that rolled up in something else?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. And I mean, given the timeline, 515 days, it's entirely possible that we're still in that run out period. It's a nice little windfall. I just want to see where it lands. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. At this time, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the revenue portion of the budget? The Sergeant of Arms will turn the mic on for you. Just please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. Got a couple quick questions. I have a question for the mayor. Page 61. The line item is 100-3328, airport car rental surcharge. So Mr. Schaefer just spoke about a depletion or decrease in all airport fees and revenues because of COVID, and that we're in the process of recovery. But yet, in the rental surcharge, we show almost a doubling of revenue, right? From a projected of 394,000 to 750,000. So I guess I'm a little confused when Mr. Schaefer said, which is reasonable because of COVID, that we were going to have a reduction in surcharges with the airport. Why is that one doubled?
just the questions will come through the chair, and then we'll go to the administration, so the administration may answer. Thank you. Go ahead, Director.
I'm still confused as to which one he's talking about.
It's the rental car surcharge. He wants to know why it's doubling from rental car surcharge.
3328.
This fee has to do with rental car surcharges.
I'm sorry, can you?
Obviously, this has to do with rental car surcharges at the airport. With COVID-19 outbreak, a lot of the rental car companies sold their fleets. We got no surcharge from that. We're assuming that the rental cars are coming back to the lots and that the surcharge will return to closer to a pre-pandemic level.
Okay, so that's an assumption, that's not,
If you go back and look in last year's budget, because we can't go back forever, but we collected $935,000 in fiscal year 19 on the rental car surcharge. Then the pandemic came along, and we dropped down in fiscal year 21 to $395,000. That tells you what a tremendous fall off there was in those fees. We're now estimating 750. We've seen some resurgence, but it's not up to where it was in 2019.
so you're going to see a resurgence in that, but you're going to still see a reduction in the airport parking surcharge?
I thought we were talking about the rental car. The same thing
Right.
applies to the parking surcharge. It depends upon the volume of activity. What the fees are paid by people who either rent cars at the...
So I guess my question is, this is an assumption, right? You don't have any hard data to produce the 750,000.
Well, I don't really I'm not a forecaster on how many people are going to be renting cars next year, but I can see trends, and that's what we looked at. We looked at the trend this year to date, which was plus going back to 2019 when it was a much higher number back in 2019, over $900,000.
But all your other surcharges are down, but this one's going to go up.
No, you're looking at 750,000 rental car surcharge is estimated. In fiscal year 20, we collected 935,000. We're still not assuming a recovery to pre-pandemic levels.
Right, well, we're talking about fiscal year 2022 versus 2023. For example, the question that Mr. Lattiser asked you on airport parking, you stated that all of our revenue from the airport has decreased, right? And that's why you were asked, why are we going to see a reduction in fiscal year 2023 on airport parking surcharge? And you stated because of COVID, that's why. So my question is just logistically wise, if everything else is down from the airport, which you just stated that it was all down, then we're seeing almost a doubling. So I would assume that to date, do you have numbers to date? Is this what your number to date is 394,410? Is that what we've received so far to date? Or is that your projected for fiscal year 2022?
We know what we've received historically. We know what we received to date, and I think that
But what have we received to date in this fiscal year on
sometime
rental cars?
in February. Hold on a minute. Airport parking fees.
No, rental car, not
Rental
parking
car.
fees.
Okay,
3328.
something like $394,000 was the figure as of February, so.
So we're going to almost double it next year, and you think that's accurate?
I'm hope so. But all I can say is our collection estimates in all the airport areas are still far below what they were in 2019.
Okay, fair enough. Another question, 3678 on the sale of property. So I understand you have $4 million. 2.1 was on the sale of the Rick's School, correct?
2.1 was, yes, and then we also closed on the road school for $360,000 very recently.
Okay, so that's a total of 3.46, right?
2.4.
I'm sorry.
2.46.
2.4. So when did you enter the purchase and sales agreement for the Rick's property?
we need to have the planning director come down here to respond on this.
Thank you. The purchase and sales agreement for Wix was just signed recently, last week.
Last week? So
Thereabouts.
when was it advertised? When did it go out to bid?
We advertised the Wix bid February, I think.
And it sold when? Last week, did you
We
say?
had the bid opening, when was that? Was it May 8th? Sorry, May 8th, we had the council,
Okay.
the bid opening, and they read them aloud.
So where's the other 1.6 million estimated to come from? Right, you have 2.4, but you're saying your revenue is 4 million.
Those must be the other schools that we anticipate selling.
So you anticipate selling them.
Right.
So how do you fundamentally account for revenue when you're anticipating something? Have those schools gone out to bid yet? Do you have sealed bids on those properties?
No.
No. Do you have a prospective buyer on those properties?
No.
But you're projecting that you're going to get X amount of dollars. How do you do that? In the business world, I don't know how you do that. Because let's say, for example, if you don't sell them this year, right? I know Rick's was for sale for a long time. If you don't sell them this year, and you still have that 2.4 million, but you're projecting 4 million in revenue in your budget, you have a $1.6 million deficit, right? Structural deficit.
You have 2 minutes, Mr. Cody.
The hard questions we get limited on, right?
No, I mean, Mr. Schaefer asked me when we anticipate selling the schools and how many. I gave him the number, and he derived that estimate. One of the properties would also be our building at Buttonwoods. It's a highly valuable corner lot in a commercial district. I don't think Aldrich is a big building. Historically, there was movement on Aldrich. The real estate market now is stronger than it was then.
Aldridge has been sale for 15 years, right?
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, in a taxpayer world, we don't count on revenue that we don't have. You get into financial trouble that way. So this would be realistic if your revenue said 2.6 million, but this is fluff, right? This is fluff. You don't have 4 million in revenue. You have 2.6. Right, that's projected. Maybe it might happen if things happen. You don't have a buyer. It's not really for sale yet. So that's problematic. And the last question I have is on the opera funds of 10.8 million. I attended one of the sewer meetings, and I know there was a lot of people up in arms about the cost of the Bayside project, that per property was going to be like $30,000 to tie in. And the mayor was here that night and said, no, it's going to be 16.9 million. Remember, right, 16.9. Now, the question I have is that reduction from what they had estimated for the properties, I believe you said that evening that we were getting funds from the American Rescue Plan, and that was going to go to offset that fee from 30,000 to the 16.9. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're taking funds from the American Rescue Plan that are going to actually aid those taxpayers in the reduction of their cost for the sewers. Is that correct?
I didn't hear the last part about, but the $7 million was a pledge to the Bayside project, and the sewer authority has acted on that pledge. And we're using that resource to pay the vendor, as well as some money that the sewer authority borrowed through the Clean Water Finance Agency to fund that project.
So,
And that's definitely going to subsidize.
so without that just so I'm clear, because I know it was a contentious meeting, without that 7 million, the folks were looking at 30,000 per property for their sewer assessment, correct? And then with that money that we got assisted from the ARPA funds, that $30,000 projected went down to 16.9 per taxpayer?
I believe that's accurate.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that'd like to speak on the revenue portion of the budget? Are there any members of the public like to speak on the revenues portion of the budget? Okay. Next up is the executive budget. The executive budget is on page 11. Are there any questions from members of the council on the executive budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So throughout this budget, we have 2022 year-to-date numbers. Peter, what is the date of the year-to-date? Was that May 1st? Was it April 30th? Was it April 1st?
February sometime.
This is throughout the budget. It's not just on the executive budget.
It was end of March, beginning of April, somewhere in there.
So it's safe to say that was as of May 1st is what those year-to-date numbers were?
To be honest, I don't remember when I pulled them. I think it was it was somewhere in April, probably mid-April. I could look it up.
Some was April. Well, it is important because when we're trying to run numbers with the 2022 year-to-date and the 2022 projection, when you're talking in some cases hundreds of thousands of dollars or more, it makes a big difference per day. And that's why I'm asking that question. It's the only question I have, Mr. President.
Mr. Lattiser. Any questions from council? Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. Just had two. It looks like, so there's a big increase in reception. So is that just additional hours or more staffing, more coverage, or is that?
Yeah, Councilman Gephardt, yeah, it reflects full-time, 7-hour day, 5 days a week for a receptionist, which was not budgeted in the prior year. We have 5-day week coverage.
And what's the relationship between that role and then the Sawtooth concierge role? Are they related, or are they two independent positions?
Yeah, they're independent. Sawtooth concierge will be physically located at the Sawtooth, and our receptionist
will be over
the mayor's offices, at the front desk.
Awesome. The concierge is going to serve different functions also. They're not just going to be the receptionists there. They're going to be almost like a substitute worker. They'll be able to go into tax collectors when they need help, or tax.
Got it, like a floater.
Whatever.
Sorry.
So it's kind of it's not just a receptionist.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a significant amount of money we're talking about, but thank you for the clarification. And then on your media coordinator, I don't see a pay increase on that role, at least not in the executive side of the budget. I see them for the other, basically all the other roles, with the exception of the mayor. Is that put into the tourism? Is the increase all on the tourism side of the budget, or what? When you add them together, I didn't. I guess I'll make the question simple. Did the media coordinator get the 2.75 increase?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have on executive. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? Are there any questions from the public on the executive budget? Any questions from the public on the executive budget?
Council President, I just have a quick
Sorry,
one.
Councilman Snappy.
I just want to know about 11,201. It's not a large number. The office supplies and equipment, it went up by quite a bit. I just wanted to ask why.
Yeah, if you look at the line item for the office fund, FY '22 was budgeted at 3,500. That's down to 3,000 or 2,000 for the FY '23. So it was a shift in classification of expenditures.
Got it. Thank you.
All set? Okay. Next up is the legal department. And legal is on the same page, page 11. Any questions from members of the city council on the legal budget? Councilman Ricks.
I noticed on the 2022 budget, the year-to-date, that it does not list anything under the category of court judgments. I'm wondering if there have been any court judgments since the time that this budget was prepared?
No, there was no legal action as of the time of the preparation of the budget, Councilman Ricks.
And are there any pending suits that, without getting into any details, of course, are there any pending suits where we may be concerned about some of the liabilities that we've seen in some of the previous fiscal years?
Not at the present time, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the public on the legal department? Any questions from members of the public on the legal department? Okay, the next item is the city clerk's office. That is on page 12. The clerk is here to answer questions as long as in the administration as well. My question is the clerk's office back to fully staffed at this time?
We are not. I still have one vacancy.
So there's still one vacancy?
Still one vacancy, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. On item 13-101, there's an increase of significant increase actually from 20 projection. And I was curious as to what the reason was for that.
I didn't have a staff.
Sorry?
And I didn't have a staff, and we filled 6 positions so far. So
You
6
filled what?
positions were filled.
I couldn't hear you.
There were 6 vacancies that have already been filled.
So 6 vacancies have filled, and that brings you up to a projection for $357,437. And in the 2023 proposed budget, you are proposing $529,000.
Councilman, I hired all new people. So they're all budgeted at top step because they'll all hit the 18 months before that.
Fine, that's the question I'm asking, is how did you get to the number?
New employees, new salaries.
And you have 6 new employees that you did not have at the beginning of the year. How many staff members in your department altogether?
Currently,
No. If you were booked at full staff, how many members would that be?
11.
11. And how many do you currently have on staff now?
10.
10. And what is the salary of the one additional person, should that person be hired for this year?
I don't have that way. Lynn, do you have that? No. Do you have the salary for the record specialist? It's in the budget.
Record specialist.
You do it. I believe it's 38,000. But I don't know.
38,000?
Don't quote
I
me.
think that the record specialist, I think, was somebody who was an internal transfer, so she came over with
That's
probably
okay.
at a higher
Council
step.
The vacant
Travis
job.
just gave me the number. It's 38,205. So in 2020, what was your complement of employees in 2020
I'm
in the
sorry?
city clerk's office?
I didn't hear you.
In the city clerk's office in 2020 fiscal year, how many staff members did you have then?
How many did you lose with the layoffs?
I had 2 that were eliminated, and I had 6 vacancies then.
Yeah, what, please?
I had 6 vacancies and 2 eliminated positions.
You had 2 out and 6 vacancies.
I had 2 eliminated positions and 6 vacancies.
So you had 3 active staff members.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's what I have for now.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other councilman? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. You know, one item that, and this is just a comment, not a question, I think that it might actually be something for the city to look into in terms of upgrading some of these desks or having standing desks. I know that that might sound a little bit random, but I do think that it is something we're seeing with a lot of private businesses. It's becoming much more commonly accepted. I have a standing desk myself at my own job, and it helps people keep up the energy during the day. I'm not saying that it's something that should be included in this particular budget, but it is something that, as I'm just taking a look at these various line items for office supplies and equipment, I think it's something that could be potentially studied in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So back to the city clerk. So your department has grown. If you were to fill the last vacant position, your department has grown by 3 people since 2014.
Not 2014.
I've got the personnel supplement here from 2013 to 2014, and you had 8 staff members then.
I wasn't in the office in 2013.
So that means you don't have the answer?
So you had 8 staff members, you're saying, in 2013?
Yeah.
Okay, so they weren't filling positions in the clerk's office for a very long time. Positions have always stayed vacant in the clerk's office. And then when they
I'm not
had the
talking about-
layoffs, they eliminated 2 positions, and they did not fill the vacancies that existed at that time.
I'm not talking about filling positions. I'm talking about the positions that were available. I'm not talking about.
I've always
there was
had
no
the same
open
amount of
positions.
available positions in the office. They've just been vacant.
Councilman Lattiser? We've been the positions in the probate and municipal departments have been slowly kind of moving budgetarily over to the clerk's office. So you need to compare all 3 departments year to year.
I need to compare what?
You have to take the city clerk office, the municipal court office, and the probate office and combine the position counts that way, because the positions were historically split, but they've been slowly becoming less split. That makes sense?
That's correct.
You said the munis?
No, in this personnel supplement and in the budget, yeah.
The positions originally showed as city clerk positions, municipal court positions, and probate court positions.
Oh,
They've moved
municipal
them all
court
over to city
positions.
clerk positions.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the members of the public on the city clerk's budget? Any questions from the members of the public on city clerk?
Council President, I got one.
Councilman Sinapi. Got to raise your hand up high.
13228, the line item for clerks. Again, it's not a large number. It's books and supplements. It was previously budgeted at 6,000 and change. Projections only to spend 2,000, but we're budgeting for 6,000 plus. Again, I just want to know why.
Because we haven't been billed by Municode yet. That's for your ordinance codification.
That's a pretty good reason. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up is probate court. Are there any questions from members of the council on the probate court budget? Probate court budget, which is also on page 12. Any questions from members of the public on the probate court budget? Questions on probate court? Next up is the municipal court budget. Are there any questions from the city council on the municipal court budget? Questions on municipal court budget? Any questions from members of the public on the municipal court budget? Questions from the public on municipal court budget? All right, next up is the legislative budget. I will present this. We went with, we gave the percent increase to the, I believe her title is Director of Legislative Affairs. She is not in the union, so we gave that, and we actually took that money out of professional services. So we did not request an increase in our budget, but we gave the council liaison or the Director of Legislative Affairs the, is that 2.75? 2.75% increase. Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
For the, let's see, I'm looking at line item, pardon me one moment while I double check this line item. 16,360 professional services. Will this line item be sufficient? And do we intend to have the actuaries present to us a 5-year plan and similar actuarial services in this coming fiscal year?
Yes, I do feel that the professional services budget will be adequate for us, and we will be having the actuaries coming here. Announcement to be made soon, so stay tuned on that.
Thank you.
They will be sent, and it will be a public hearing. Any questions on the legislative budget for members of the council? Members of the public, any questions on the legislative budget on page 14?
I have a quick question. I'm just not sure if it's on page 14. I know that you had earmarked $1.8 million or $200,000 per ward.
That's coming up. We have that on the, that'll be on the ARPA, when we present for ARPA.
Oh, so that's not going to, because it's going to wards, it's not.
Yeah, it's not in the
council
legislative
members,
department
It's not on
budget.
legislative?
Correct. It's not in the legislative department budget.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we will discuss it, though. Thank you. Any other questions for the legislative budget from members of the public? Okay. Next up is the Board of Canvases, which is on page 15. While the director comes down, this year is an election year, so every 2 years your budget goes up, and then next year it goes down when you don't have an election. Does anybody have any questions on the Board of Campuses budget, page 15? Any questions for members of the council? Any questions for members of the public on the Board of Canvases budget on page 15? Any questions on the Board of Canvases budget? All right, great job, Director.
Thank you. That was easy.
Council President?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Did you
gotta
raise
get
your hand again?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I got one again.
I got to get you a flag or
I
something.
know, right?
Director, you didn't get off too easy. Director? Councilman Sinapi has a question. Spoke too soon.
The only thing I want to know is for the 17,495 and 496. Well, actually, wait, I stand corrected. 443 and 495. The cost kind of jumped, especially compared to 2021. Is that because of COVID precautions back in 2021 that restricted the number of precincts?
That's correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilman Gephardt.
So,
That's what you get for giving us a little extra time. At the time when you were preparing this budget, was the new voting legislation, I don't think it had passed yet at that point, right? Where there'll be more mail ballots,
The
more early
increase.
voting, et cetera? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that has not passed.
And so is there anything that, in hindsight, you would be asking for in support of those activities? Or is the state going to cough up additional funds to support municipalities and those other activities? Or do you think there's a little bit of, potential that you need more dollars to execute the new plan for this year?
I would love for the state to cough up some extra funds, but at this time, no, we should be all set.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the public on the Board of Canvassers? Okay. Next up is Finance. Let me see here, Finance. How are the staffing levels within the Finance Department? To the administration.
I didn't hear what he said. How are things tracking? We're down, in finance, we're down 2 people, at least temporarily, and I planned on moving 1 position to part-time, and that's reflected in the supplement. So right now, we're going to run a little bit of a surplus, and hopefully we'll be able to recruit pretty soon. We pledged some of contingency, and Lynn can probably bring you up to speed on that. But the professional services is for our actuary and other financial services is as projected. There's really just myself and 3 staff members, and Lynn is here representing the treasurer's office, so she could speak to staffing in the treasurer's office. We're also doing some recruiting there.
Okay, yep, we're on Finance. So in the, any questions from members of the council on the Finance budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Peter, in going through this department as well as the others, what I noticed is you have a position that seems to have been eliminated. And when I go back actually quite a ways in the personnel supplement, you had a position there. The job code was 119. And then at some point, that job code was changed to 462, thank you, to 462, which was claims administrator. Sorry, that was administrative assistant. And at one point, that fell directly underneath the finance director at that time. I'm looking in the personnel supplement for 2022-23, and that position has been changed to a claims administrator and made a part-time position. Why is that?
Well, it was my judgment. You come into a new office and you make some analysis of what's going on. Going back to when I was here 25 years ago, I had 1 person working for me who was unclassified, which is authorized under the charter, but that's disappeared. And, I made a judgment that people weren't busy enough. And so I've gone down that path, and the individual was doing a wonderful job on the claims administration, all the potholes, the damage in the police cars, and I'm hoping that person will continue to do that job. But I felt people had too much time on their hands, and I've encouraged people in my office to apply for other positions. They didn't do so. So that's where we are. This is the organizational structure that I've recommended to the mayor that he supported in this budget.
So when I see a change like that, it makes me, dig into some of the history on this. I got back as far as I think it was 2014 or so, might have even been a little further, where that position has been there right along. And also, the position had increased as some of these other positions have with, your step increases and your contractor, et cetera. And as we've done with unclassified people. And now, this year, you've made the determination that that position is no longer needed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's be accurate.
Mhm. So who's going to be performing the work that person was doing?
Well, we've got a wonderful staff down there, and they're all helping out right now. And I'm hoping to merge the I'm hoping that the financial reporting analyst will be taking on some of those duties, but I've still got a position on claims administrator, which is an important function for you, the council, for police and fire department, and the different claims. And I just made a judgment that was basically overstaffed.
So that workload that was being performed will get shifted over to someone else, and that someone else is going to be at the same pay level?
There may be, the treasurer and finance work together. And we
But I'm
will-
not talking about treasure, I'm talking about
we will-
finance.
Maybe not in the supplement, but I felt comfortable in that I did not need a full-time position for what was that administrative assistant. And I felt also that the financial position did not have enough in the way of job duties. And so this is the new structure that's recommended in this budget.
That you recommended?
By me, yes.
In all the other departments that we have in the city, have there been any other positions that have been eliminated?
Are there any positions that are eliminated other places in the budget? I believe in the police department, but
You'll see as you go through. There are a
Excuse me,
few
we
eliminated.
have to stick to just the advisor. He's saying we have to stick just to the finance department right now. You can ask that question in other departments.
Okay, so we'll just ask that question for every department as we go along. Is that what you're saying? Okay,
If that's your pleasure.
all right. Any other positions in this department been eliminated?
talking to me
Finance,
or?
talking to you.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you
I
said.
say, is there any other positions in this department that have been eliminated?
In terms of
finance
all of
department?
finance,
Yes.
I don't believe so. Lynn?
In the entire
Collectors,
finance department, I
assessors.
think assessors had one eliminated.
We had a position in MIS that was supposed to, we thought, you put a position in last year,
Is this in the finance department?
no.
No, I'm just
MIS,
talking to finance
IT.
department. I'm just talking to finance department.
Okay, well.
They just told us we can't talk about the other
All
departments.
these divisions. But there's 3 positions this year. There were 3 positions last year. One of the positions has become reclassified as a part-time position.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's all for now. Thank you.
Any other questions for members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
thank you for presenting this. I think it's helpful for us all to understand that different departments are trying to tighten their belts. A concern of mine is that we want to tighten the belts, but we don't want things to slip between the cracks either. So it's your opinion that eliminating this one position is not going to have a detrimental effect on the department or its work?
I didn't hear a word he said.
To be clear, the position's not eliminated, it's restructured. So it's still there, and the idea is that we will still be able to function, but in a more efficient way.
Let's see, and if I'm understanding correctly, it's changing the position from full-time to part-time? Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the finance budget? He's right behind you, sir. He'll put it on for you.
Thank you. Philip Dirk Hall, Ward 4. Kudos, Director. I've been here over 2 hours, and you're the first person that's said anything sensible on a way to reduce our budget, okay? Thank you. As a taxpayer of this city, I commend you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from members of the public on the finance budget? Okay, next up is the treasury budget. Are there any positions in the treasury budget eliminated or reclassified?
Nope.
No? Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the council on the treasury's budget? Treasury's budget. Any questions from members of the public on the treasury's budget? It's on the same page, page 16. Okay, next up is debt service principal. That can be found on page 17. All right, for debt service, this includes the school bonds that were previously voted on and approved by the voters. Is that correct? Director?
Correct.
Thank you. And that number is in there. And this also has lease purchases in here as well. Is that debt service principal?
Correct?
Correct. Okay. Are there any questions from members of the council on the debt service principal on page 17? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. What have we had for debt service that was retired in this current fiscal year? And just in dollars and cents?
But this is just debt service for the general fund. Peter,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
The debt, there was some debt retired, correct. You'll see in 2505, you now have $0 land acquisition bonds. And there were some decreases as well.
I'm sorry.
City building.
What was those codes?
2505,
Okay,
you'll see there's a drop.
got it. Okay, got it.
And if you go line by line, you'll see a drop in a few of these accounts. The only place that there's a true increase is over in the school department with the most recent release.
Okay. And do you anticipate, is there anything else that's going to be dropped off in 2023?
Just what's
Doesn't
budgeted.
appear it, right? Okay,
Just
thank
what's
you.
budgeted.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council on the debt principal? Debt principal. Any questions from members of the public on debt principal? Page 17. Debt principal. Okay, next up is debt service interest. Same page, number 17. Any questions for the administration on debt service interest? Councilman Ricks.
In the event that more bonds are released, or parts of previously released bonds continue to be released in part. My understanding is that one of the factors in the interest on it is the rate of interest that, well, affects everyone. But then also another component of the interest rate that the city pays has to do with our bond rating, and a number of different factors affect our bond rating, including the amount of the fund balance. Do we have any concerns about our debt service on the interest becoming increased, or otherwise our debt service on the interest being affected by anything to do with our bond rating or drawdowns from the general fund balance?
This budget includes no issuing of additional debt. So this is just what we have already set in stone to pay.
And would the current debt, the interest that we're paying on it, could that be affected by, no, it cannot?
It's set in stone, yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on debt interest? Debt interest from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on debt interest, page 17? Councilman Gephardt.
I just want to, thank you. Just on the school bonds, the increase from 1.279 in 22 to 2.132 in 23, and that is the latest batch that we released this year, the 40 or 30 million.
Yeah, the first year we do interest only. Next year you'll see additional
I
as
see.
well.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public on debt interest?
Yeah, so on the school bonds, 501, we're up 1,073,000, right? From 1,059,000 to 2,132,000. So we've had an increase of over $1 million in interest. So with all things being equal and no tax increase, where will we get that extra $1 million from?
Well, it's built into the budget. It's
What does that mean, it's built into the budget? It's got to come from somewhere, right? Has to come from the taxpayer somewhere.
And it's
So
part of the comprehensive budget for the city.
where specifically will that money come from? If we have a stable budget and we don't have any tax increases, and now we have an additional interest payment that we have to make.
Well, that's what the mayor's message talks about, what the revenue page talks about, what the expenditure page talks about. It's a collective package of expenditure increases and decreases, revenue increases and decreases, coming up with a balanced budget in the
Mr.
bottom
Schaefer,
line.
that's really not an answer. That's really kind of semantics. What I'm saying to you is, if we have a stable budget, where is this money going to come from? Do you have specific line items in the budget that have been reduced, and you've taken those revenues and earmarked
No.
them to pay for this particular line item?
Absolutely not. We're looking at the total package and reviewing the budget with the mayor and his department directors. We're looking at the total budget. We're looking at total revenues.
So for example, let me just tie this back into a previous question when I said, okay, so you're projecting $4 million in revenue from the sales of properties. That would also be included.
Absolutely part of it, yes.
So is it safe to say that your projections to pay for this extra million, a portion of that money comes from monies that have not actually been realized, that are speculative monies? We haven't realized them. Is that correct?
It's the total budget.
It's what?
The total budget package. You can't associate one, in most cases, you cannot associate one revenue item with one expense. Now, there's a uniqueness in this, and this is debt that was issued, approved by the voters for school bonds. That's,
Right, but that total revenue package that you're talking about,
yes.
embedded within that is some speculative revenue that we haven't realized yet that we're hoping to realize down the road. And what we're hoping to do is, with the monies that we're hoping to realize down the road, which are not realistic as of yet, is to pay for debts that actually are realistic as of this date. Is that a fair assumption?
I don't agree with your interpretation about speculative revenue estimates. I think these are conservative estimates across the board. I think that's a realistic estimate that you're talking about. Clearly, there are some places we're going to do better. There are always going to be places you do worse. That's just the way it works out in budgeting.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on debt interest? Councilman Sinapi.
Director, is it fair to say that there's always projected expenses and revenue in every budget, probably for the last 20 plus years? Director?
Go ahead, Director.
I didn't hear what he said.
The budget is a projection, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is it fair to say there's always projected revenue and projected expenses in the budget? Like, you don't have a crystal ball.
Project it in the budget?
Some items are not known at this time by mere fact that you're not able to see the future, right? It's a fair statement.
I am not able to see the future.
Okay, and that's the case for every year prior to this year, right?
That is fair for every year.
All right,
we
just
make our
making
best-
sure.
Best estimates. Yeah.
Hopefully that resolves things for members of the public too. Thank you.
Okay.
Let the record show the treasurer cannot see into the future. She's on the record for that. Next up is the city collector's budget. City collector's budget, page 18. City collector's budget. Are we expecting another tax sale this evening, this year?
Yes, it's Friday.
This Friday is
Yes.
tax sale, okay. Any questions from members of the council on the city collector's budget? Questions from the council on the city collector's budget? Questions from members of the public on the city collector's budget, page 18? Any questions from members of the public on city collector's budget? Okay. Hearing none, the next is the city assessor's budget. City assessor's budget. You guys are killing me here. Councilman Gephardt.
All right, so just one question. Sorry, I had it written down in a different area. So last year we had a big giant tax sale, right? And I'm assuming this year's is smaller.
Last year started off a lot larger than this year's. I mean, this is a 90-day process. It doesn't happen like in a week.
Yep.
And the numbers then were a lot higher. Notification to the public, notifications to the bank. So it did bring a lot more income in last year, but we've managed it and kept up with it and put those people on payment plans. So now this year it is a lot smaller, but the day of the tax sale, it usually is between 100 and 150 parcels of land that get subject to the lien sale.
Got it. Yeah, so my question was really just around 22,323, which I am assuming is the cost of the administration of that tax sale.
Yes, so that would be all the fees for preparation, which we won't receive those invoices until after the tax sale.
Okay. I was just imagining that if this year's tax sale was less, backed up than the previous one, that those administration costs may be less. But it looks like the expense line there is flat year over year.
Yeah, we usually expense about 125 as an estimate, again, because you never know how big it's going to start out as. The sewer authority and the water department also have a piece in that as well that they fund from their line items.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is the city assessors. City assessors is on page 19. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
First question, can you talk to us about property revaluation, the budget, and how you came up with that number?
So We had decided internally to seek a delay in the revaluation that was effective for December 31st, 2021. What we're looking to do is add to the scope of that existing project and not go out to rebid. So this reflects the difference in continuing on and including the 2022 year, reanalyzing the sales and rebuilding the tables based on the changes in the market that take place. So the new effective date will be December 31st of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Any members of the city council have any questions? Councilman Latta, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the change in the budget for salaries, that is the contractual increase?
Just in the salary item itself?
Yes, that's 23,101, salaries municipal.
Yeah, we are looking to eliminate one clerical position, but also add a record specialist. We've had a long-standing problem with parcels that are what we consider abutters lots. Essentially, they were merged by ordinance, but they were never processed in our system or on our maps. So what we'd like to do, we have to pay every year for postage to send out tax bills. We have to pay every 3 years for reevaluation for these additional 3,000 parcels. So we can save money by cleaning this up, by addressing this long-term problem and saving some money in the long run.
So you say you're eliminating one position and creating a new position. Is that the same person being eliminated and moving into a new position?
No, the clerical position was a retirement, and we've been able to, again, make some process improvements and feel confident that we don't need that position, but as a long-standing issue that we'd like to address, we do need the expertise to be able to assist with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Ricks.
To get a general sense of how much this long-term issue is costing us every year, I imagine we're mostly talking about postage in a direct expense, but it's also, I imagine, costing the department time putting together all of those mailers or notices or the like. So approximately what would you say is the annual cost of this long-term issue that you're seeking to resolve?
Well, from an annual basis, it's the tax billing, the money we pay the vendor to prepare the actual bills, the postage. But more importantly, every revaluation, statisticals were probably about $8 per parcel. So we got about $24,000 every 3 years. On the full revaluations, we're probably closer to $40 per parcel. So now we're getting up much higher. So, and these things aren't going away. They're recurring every 3 years. So it'll pay more than pay for itself. Plus, what happens is there's problems every time we have a tax sale, every time there's a foreclosure, because the parcels aren't well understood when the title exams are done. And we've got parcels that are sold at tax sale that shouldn't be. We've got parcels that aren't foreclosed on that create a standalone parcel in some cases. So it's much more than the money savings. It's just something that should have been cleaned up a long time ago, but nobody ever dealt with it.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for taking the initiative to get that cleared up.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And just one quick note for the directors, when you come up, if you could just give the name for the people watching at home, the people here, so we know who's speaking. Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council on the city assessors? Okay. Any questions from members of the public on the city assessors budget, page 19?
Philip Durcol, Ward 4. Should I direct my questions to you, Council President?
Yep, and then we'll have the administration.
The revow is being put off to December of this year, am I correct? Is that what the director said?
Director?
Yes, we're still waiting for final approval from the General Assembly, but that's what we're proposing.
Why is that being done? Is that because it follows November 2022?
No, what we saw as we got into the project was that the market is not a stabilized market within the city. So the supply and demand is severely out of balance between the houses that are available and the demand for the housing that we have. Same thing on the commercial side, mostly related to the pandemic. where parts of the commercial market were negatively affected and parts of it actually benefited by the pandemic. So it's not representative of a typical market within the city, and we didn't feel it was prudent to implement something that we don't feel will be sustained over the next few years.
You're assuming that.
Well,
You don't have any data, you're assuming that.
No, I've been doing this for 30
But the real estate prices right now are sky high, they're still sky high. And
It's
the
not-
demand is still there.
It's not about the height of the market, it's about the stability of the market. So typically, we have about 250 to 300 homes for sale on any given day. This year, we're down to about 60 to 65 homes. So what we see is that people have no choice but to pay the prices that are being asked because the demand is high. Doesn't mean that it's going to continue post-COVID. Once COVID settles down, and we're starting to see the results of that already, we also have high gas prices. A lot of things changed in the global economy. Everything happened after December 31st, after we had done our studies. So it definitely would not be prudent. I've been doing this for 35 years. It's not a projection that I'm guessing at. It's my expert opinion.
So your expert opinion, and what percentage you think this is going to happen?
Well, like the treasurer, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't see the future. But
Okay, But
I can-
you're actually predicting the future. That's what you're doing.
No. What I'm saying is we want to see a market where supply and demand are in balance.
I know what you want to see, but you're predicting that prices are going to be down, real estate prices are going to be down in the year at the end of this year,
No,
December.
Again, it's not about the height, but we've already seen a drastic change in the interest rates, which has a major impact on the price that people can qualify for and the price that people will pay for housing. Same thing happens on the commercial market. There's a lot of things that benefited some of the segments of the commercial market because of COVID. The apartments being one of them. You can't get a vacant apartment unit in the city at a reasonable price. That drove those prices, and it's going to artificially make it look like those properties are worth more than they actually are once we get back to a stabilized year. So it's important not to look at the height, not to look at any shifts, but to look at whether that information that we had to base the numbers on for the assessments, was it based on stable conditions that are going to continue out for the next 3 years? Remember, we can only do these reevaluations every 3 years.
Yes.
We're already seeing the problems, and we haven't even got to the point where we send out a bill. It definitely would not be prudent to base it based on what I've experienced over my 35-year career to put these numbers in play for the city, that we'd have to hold the numbers until 2024.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from members of the public on city assessors? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Neil, we had spoken about the costs of the revaluation, and I know I've been asked by several of my constituents, and as I recall, you had indicated to me that the monies that we have paid out to date for the evaluation performed would not be redone. We wouldn't be incurring any additional costs. That work would not have to be duplicated. Whatever remaining work needs to be done would be charged at the same numbers as if it were happening today. Is that pretty accurate?
Well, it's a little bit different. Initially, the bid came in at $289,000. We worked with the vendor. We actually did a lot of the work in-house, so we reduced that number to about $253,000. So there's some savings there that we're going to attribute to the scope of work change we're going to have to do for 2022 market analysis, basically. We're probably going to be running maybe another $35,000 over that savings that we already had. But it's to further analyze the market on sales that haven't even happened yet. So we do have to pay the vendor for some of that work. But it will result in a better project and more defensible, more fair and equitable assessments.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up, because
Sure.
I know some people were concerned that we would be incurring double the expenses, and that's not accurate.
No reason to redo most of the work. It's just to update it to the current.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next up is MIS, MGT Informational Systems. And Director, if you could just introduce yourself.
Bill Carlucci, MIS Director.
Thank you, Director. I told the director he had good news and bad news. Usually, his department is last on the agenda. He's not last, but he still has to stay to the end, so I appreciate that. Director, how are your staffing levels? I know you just had a very important member of your team took a job outside the city. How are you staffing levels?
Currently, technically, I have 8 people that are available to me in my department, and there's actually 4 of us right now, but there is one position that's been eliminated. It was what Director Schaefer had referred in the beginning. We actually had a position in case Zoom meetings became mandatory. We had someone to operate the Zoom meetings going forward, but since that's not come to fruition, we've eliminated that position for next year. And it's never been filled, obviously, to this year.
Thank you. Any questions for the MIS department from members of the council? Councilman Gephardt.
Hello, Director.
Hello.
Just a couple here. One is part question, part suggestion. Under software. So that, I mean, it's a relatively large line item, 675K-ish. So one question is, that line item is up about 75,000 off of the 22 projection and about 175K off of the, nope, it's about 50K up from the 22 budget. So can we just talk about what goes into that and what's attributed to the increase? And I think just generally a suggestion would be that if we can get some kind of supplement that allocates software across the departments that it services. A lot of times IT bears the burden of software that's critical for operating other departments, and we know that there is some allocation of that. So it would be helpful to see where that stuff hits. But to the question about the increase from 22 to 23 in software.
The increase is made up of a myriad of things. Number one would be a standard practice within the industry. The software maintenance charges tend to go up anywhere from 7-10%. We usually put, or at least the ones I've gotten involved in since I've been here, we put limitations on that, so they certainly they're not open-ended. But that's going to be an increase every year. We try to offset that certainly by reducing licenses, finding cheaper alternatives, doing whatever we can, but it's part of the makeup. Along with that, each year we have new and exciting pieces of software the departments bring to us and simply say, this is going to improve efficiencies. So as you referred to, we have departments that are actually experiencing reductions at the expense of our software budget going up. GIS is a very hot topic right now. It goes across many of the departments. That graphic system allows police safer operations in responding to a call, fire when they're doing the same, planning department, assessors department, all of those things. But it's an expensive piece of technology. So that all feeds in. At the same time, we have departments that have reduced their usage of software, such as the police department this year has switched over to an existing piece of software. We just talked about this, I believe, at the last council meeting, and they've reduced their licenses, which saved us $10,000.
Thank you. That's helpful. Number two, miscellaneous capital expenditure, 25,799. The 22 projection falls about 300K or 220K short of the, I'm sorry. The 2022 year to date is 1.1 million. The 2022 projection is 890K. By that.
We had actually addressed two different network projects in the 2022 capital budget using the ARPA funds. With those was police and the city network. Because we're limited, and it's a good problem to have. We have ARPA funds that are available to the city, and we have a limited time to take advantage of them, but we plan on doing the best we can to take advantage of every available penny. But I do have a limited staff, so we have to juggle projects. The 800,000 that was spent this year was for the police department. There is still more to be spent to finish that project next year, and we will now be addressing the city's network side of it in 2023.
Okay, great. And that's all part of the Sawtooth, the move to Sawtooth and the broadband initiative we talked about last year.
Correct.
Okay, great. And then, so there's no real dramatic increase in spending in this department. And if anything, there's a sizable decrease. And I know you have some priorities around cybersecurity and modernization, including some funded by grants. So just talk about what those initiatives are and where those fall in the budget.
There's actually two pieces that we're leveraging for cybersecurity. One of them is a relationship we've built with the Department of Homeland Security that the mayor actually brought into the city. We met with them. They partner with CISA. There's a number of services that are available to us free of charge, and we're taking advantage of every single one of them. We had a penetration test earlier this year that was done by the Department of Homeland Security that saved us $24,000 minimum that would have been spent on a private firm. We were also very fortunate to partner with the Board of Canvassers Department and the Secretary of State, and we were able to receive a cybersecurity grant for, I believe, $176,000 or something in that vicinity. That was the largest one awarded, to the best of my knowledge, within the state. So once again, we're leveraging, that's not in the budget because we're leveraging it off a grant, but we're trying to do everything we can to improve our posture. I just met with a security company today to look at the next steps that we can implement further controls, but we're using grant money and ARPA funds to be able to do that.
Got it. Thank you. Now, we spent a lot of time talking about infrastructure in this room. And a lot of times it's the infrastructure we see, the roads and the water pipes and all things, but you can't neglect the IT infrastructure either, especially with all that's happening. So, all right, thank you for that. I think I'm all set here.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councilman Rex.
On that line item of 25,799 miscellaneous capital expenditures, there isn't anything projected here for the 2023 proposed budget. Is that something that has changed since the publication of this booklet, or
has it changed since it's actually been realigned? What I spoke earlier, one of the good problems we have is we actually have ARPA federal funding greater than manpower to do the projects we need to do. We're balancing that obviously with the time limits and how you go about applying for those funds. With that, we are earmarking ARPA funds. Does not have an impact directly on the city's tax base, obviously, but we hope to be able to balance what we can do ourselves and where those funds will also pay for the implementation services necessary to move us forward faster. At some point, we're probably going to have to leverage those simply to make the deadlines that the federal government has put in.
so for the purposes of the fiscal year 23 budget, there wouldn't be any intent to use general funds for miscellaneous capital expenditures. If there is anything later that would fit into that line item, it would be more of federal grants, ARPA funds, or other sources of funding?
That's absolutely true, with the caveat of there are regulations surrounding that, and I want to be very careful. I personally feel we have enough projects available to us that absolutely qualify under ARPA, that we'll be fine for the year without doing any other capital projects within the city budget on the non-ARPA side. But I can't think of any emergency that might rise with that.
Thank you. And I guess just to comment for me to be clear is that certainly if it's a wise expenditure and it's a situation where there may be some general funds that are needed in that particular line item, I'm not intending to, it's not my intent to have any sort of knee-jerk reaction against that. That's obviously something that your department, the administration, would be able to make that judgment call. So thank you for the presentation.
Correct.
Any other questions for members of the council on the MIS budget? Any questions from members of the public on the MGT Informational Systems budget? Page 20. Any members of the public? Okay. Hearing none, we're going to move on to purchasing. I do just want to give everybody I want to respect everybody's time, just give people a snapshot of what we're thinking going forward. So what I'm proposing, and the council will take a vote, is that we do the purchasing, boards and commissions, and parks and rec. That'll take us to about 7 o'clock, which is about 3 hours in. I would like to pause at that time before schools. I know they have a presentation. I would like to take a 30-minute break at that time, and I want everyone to respect that, come back, and so we can respect time. It is a school night. Schools are here for that. So that's the snapshot that I'm going to propose. It's up to the council. But next up is purchasing. Hey, Director.
Good evening, Pat Peshka from Purchasing.
Thank you. Director, staffing, how are you for staff in your
We
division?
are full staff presently.
You're full staffed, okay. Any questions from members of the council on the purchasing division, which is page 21? Any questions from members of the council on the purchasing division? Any questions from members of the public on the purchasing division's budget? This is page 21. Any questions from members of the public on the purchasing division? Okay, great job, Pat. Next up is the boards and commissions. That is page 22. 22. Any questions from members of the council on the boards and commissions? Any questions? Councilman Ricks.
Are there any raises planned for any of the members of the boards and commissions that are paid?
Just for the public safety clerk.
What would be the amount of the increase for the Board of Public Safety?
275. She's I believe, a union member, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
There's a clerk who, a secretary, I forget her title.
Okay, so
She works for the Board of Public Safety, and she would get the 275 like everybody else.
Okay, so not any appointed member of the board? Okay. I'll just, a quick comment for the record. I think that for many of the boards and commissions where the paid members receive a small stipend, for many of those different boards, commissions, it's often been, I think, 15, 20 plus years since they've received any raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sinapi.
This is just out of curiosity. Aren't at least some, if not all those positions, the stipend dictated by ordinance, or am I mistaken?
Ordinance or charter? They're all paid by ordinance or charter.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Councilman Gephardt.
Just a brief clerical, I think maybe this is what Councilman Ricks was getting at, is the budget line item. If you look in the personnel supplement for the Board of Public Safety generalist from last year was budgeted at 49,650, and at this year it's budgeted at 49,650. So again, not a meaningful amount, but that increase doesn't appear to be reflected.
Apologies, I forgot her. But she would qualify for 275 if this goes through, yeah.
Any other questions from members of the council on boards and commissions? Any questions from members of the public on boards and commissions? Page 22. Any questions from members of the public on boards and commissions? Okay. Next up is Parks and Recreation. Yeah, I'm going to find it.
I'm
Good
Bev
evening,
Wiley.
Director.
I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation.
Good evening, Director. I'm just finding the page that your budget is on. Parks and Rec. Page 33. Page 33. So the director reached out and asked to go this evening. So we appreciate reaching out early to let us know. So that's why this one is a little out of order. Director, how are you for staffing personnel?
We're at full staff. I will note on the what went through, there was a typographical error. Counter aides, there should be two, not one counter aide. So it'd be two counter aides with a total of $71,724.
And that is Public Works. What page is that on?
It was
the-
on page 26 of the personnel supplement.
26 on the personnel. So that position is made up with two people, not one person getting the
people,
full
not
salary
just one
amount.
person, two
Same
people.
salary
Yes.
total, but it's two people
Yes.
receiving that one. Okay. Which one was that again, Director?
Page 26 on the personnel supplement, counter aide should be two positions with the total allowance of $71,724.
Counter rate, okay. Director, can you speak to the beach passes coming up for this year? Is that in this budget?
They went on sale today.
They went on sale today? Okay.
Yes, at the library. They went on sale today at the library and will be available throughout the summer, anytime the main library is open on Sandy Lane.
Okay, so the beach passes are for sale today.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, questions from members of the council on the Parks and Rec? Oh, and one more note. We see a big swing from previous years because a lot of the your department moved over back to DPW. At one point, some things came under Parks and Rec. Then they were previously in DPW. They're now back under DPW.
Yeah, the rink guards and the beach cleaners in the summer will come under DPW, mainly because they're supervised by the DPW staff. So we move that salary, that part of the seasonal budget with the rink guards and the beach fee cleaners to DPW. We were scheduling them, but then they were under the supervision of DPW, so it made more sense to just move that whole personnel line item over there.
The streamline. Okay. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, Beverly, how we doing with lifeguards?
We had two lifeguard classes. We ran two lifeguard classes this year, and we're able to get about 12 lifeguards that were interested in working. We've also, ironically enough, had some phone calls of people looking for lifeguard positions, and we're getting ready to run another lifeguard class in the next couple of weeks, and we already have 3 or 4 signed up for that. Our hope is that we will have enough lifeguards to be able to staff all 3 beaches, as well as keeping the pool, the regular hours at the pool. As you know, last year, we didn't open the pool till the middle of July, and we're only open limited hours through Labor Day. And then we only opened 2 of the beaches. We able to open 2 of the beaches because of the lifeguard shortage. I believe this year that we will, my fingers crossed, that we will have enough lifeguards to staff all of the facilities all of the time.
That's great. And we're going to start on time this year. Last year, I know we were later with the beach.
Well, last year we were late with the parking passes. We were late when we charged. We opened the beaches on time. We were late charging for the parking passes because we ran out. We ordered 500 and we sold them in a day and a half. This year we ordered 4,000. We have 4,000 in hand, in-house, ready to go with a printer now that can turn them around within a week's time. So when we start to get low, we can order more. So we have enough. We have enough passes to get going, and we will start. The 18th of June will be when the beaches will open through Labor Day, and that's when we will start collecting the parking fees.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd just like to explain something. You're going to see listed here 4 harbor masters. Councilman Lattice will help me explain this. Currently, the assistant harbor masters are on a board, and Councilman Lattice came to me and he thought we should have them as part-time employees for the reasons explained. He made sense. I fully supported it. It's an action that's going to go before the council soon because you have to change the ordinance. So I'll let the councilman speak to it.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mayor. So as the mayor said in the past, those assistants were through the Board of Public Safety. It was kind of like part-time appointments. They weren't actual employees of the city. At one point in time, they actually had to use their own boats, and that doesn't occur anymore either. These positions haven't seen raises in God only knows how long that they've been doing this. And it's not to say that it's here now, but what it will do is make these assistant harbor masters actual employees of the city. I think that's pretty much what we had, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions on the Parks and Rec? Councilman Gephardt.
Just briefly, hi, Director. How are you tonight? Nice to see you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
How are you tonight? Nice to see you.
I can't understand what you said.
Could you just explain what the counter aid position
Oh,
is
the
responsible
counter aides
for?
are at the pool. The counter aides work at the pool, collecting the day passes, selling the family passes, season passes, answering questions, being the liaison. If there's an issue within the pool, they would be called public safety, but they're the receptionists, if you will, at the pool. And they work, the pool is open from 5:30 in the morning until 9:30 at night. So there's one shift from 5:30 to 1:30 and one shift from 1:30 to 9:30.
Okay, great.
And then we have a part-time person that works the weekend shift of 7 to 3.
Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, I had asked this earlier in the revenue discussion, and it was suggested that I ask you. So can you explain to us why your projection on revenue for the McDermott pool fees is increasing from 105,000 to 150,000?
The fees for the pool, they're not only the memberships of people coming in to swim, but also for rentals. We rent the pool for swim meets, the YMCA, several of the YMCAs and aquatic clubs rent our pool for swim meets. And that's at a cost of, it's about $180 an hour that they rent the pool for meets. And the meets are 10 hours long on a weekend. So it's this summer, we usually haven't had meets in the summer. This summer we have 8 meets, and we had 12 additional meets throughout the course of the year. Also, the high schools, 3 of the high schools, Pilgrim and Tollgate, Bishop Hendricken, and East Greenwich all rent the pool for their swim programs, swim teams, and swim meets. And then we also rent out for birthday parties on the weekends, and that has been, it's exploded in the last couple of months. There's just about every weekend, at least one day on the weekend, that we're offering a birthday party. And even it's $80, and usually we do that between 12 and 1, but we've also recently had folks that have wanted to do it for later in the day. So even though we close at 3 on on the weekends, we've extended and stayed open till 5 for birthday parties. So we've increased that's where a lot of the revenue has come from, the additional revenue.
It's all really good news. And it's most unfortunate that in a couple of prior years, part of it because of COVID, part of it is because the pool just wasn't where it needed to be. The city had lost a significant amount of revenue over a period of years. So I wanted you to explain that so the folks that are listening at home in this room as well realize the service, first of all, that the pool is providing to the community and the revenue that it's generating. And the same thing would apply to the Thayer Arena fees as well.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, with Thayer Arena, of course, we have the Warwick Figure Skaters that are longtime tenants there, as well as the Warwick Junior Hockey. But we also have had requests for hockey tournaments. Sarah DaCosta runs a huge hockey tournament in around Columbus Day weekend. We have a new group that's come in that's going to be renting the facility during the day for a prep hockey program for kids that have come out of high school that are between going to college or looking to be drafted in a hockey league. And so they're renting the facility like from 9 to 1 during the day, and then up from September through just before the high school season starts, they'll be doing some tournaments as well. And some of those tournaments will be during the day, so that'll be increased revenue. And we're renting the rink for anywhere between $180 and $210 an hour. And the other thing we have some stick and puck programs. The open skating has been very popular. So we're getting a lot of use, out of the rink. Plus, again, the high schools, Bishop Hendricken rents for their hockey program, as well as Pilgrim and Tollgate, boys and girls at Pilgrim and Tollgate. And also the revenue at the pool is increased because a local health club closed down that had a pool, so we're seeing the patrons from there, and the YMCAs have reduced their hours of their pool time. So we're really seeing large numbers of folks that are using, community folks that are using the pool as well.
And the overhead, the maintenance, the day-to-day expenses associated with the pool and the Thayer Arena, those monies go through the Department of Public Works?
Yes.
Okay. Because, and I fully understand there's a significant amount of expenses, but I just think that it's worth mentioning that the two revenue items you just spoke about, just those two items there alone, almost equal your budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council members have any questions on Parks and Rec? Any members of the public have questions on Parks and Rec?
Philip Durko, Ward 4. A member of the public, as a member of the public, dealing with Parks and Recreation and the DPW, the question I ask, first of all, are the responsibility changes complete? So we know what the Department of Parks and Recreation is doing and what Department of Public Works is responsible to do. Is that being completed?
Yes.
Yes.
That was as of July 1, 2021.
Is that publicized anywhere in the public? I mean, how can we find out what the responsibilities are of Parks and Recreation now as opposed to what it was before and DPW? Is there a website we can go on that will tell us that?
The Parks and Recreation has a website. We're responsible for programming, permits, management, the staffing of the pool and the rink, providing permits, league permits for picnics, ball games.
That's all on the website?
Beach fees.
Okay. And the second question is, does the budget reflect that? What was transferred to the Department of Public Works and what was remaining with Parks and Recreation? Because the cost of maintaining the equipment in the Parks and Recreation arena is very costly. And if that cost is being transferred to Department of Public Works and not for Parks and Recreation, where it should be, it's skewed. The numbers are skewed, my opinion. Thank you.
I believe those fees were always in Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the public on the Parks and Recreation budget? Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Director. At this time, unless there's objection from members of the council, I'm going to request that recess for 30 minutes to 7:30. I do want to respect everyone's time that's here, so I ask that everybody be back in their seats at 7:30 to start. We will go right to schools. Is there any objections to going into recess now until 7:30? Hearing none, we're in recess. welcome back, everyone. I invite the school committee and the school administration to come up to the desk. All right. Anybody else want to join? Come on. All right, welcome back, everyone. If you are following along at home on the agenda, we are now at the schools. So the school administration is going to give a brief presentation to the council, and then I will open it up to questions from members of the council and members of the public. So good evening, Superintendent. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Council President McAllister and the City Council members. I'm Judy Cobden. I'm the Chair of the School Committee, and I sit here on behalf of myself and my colleagues on the School Committee and our administration to present to you the Warwick Public Schools FY23 budget. The superintendent and her staff have carefully crafted this budget with a thorough review of staffing, expenditures, and supplies necessary to run the district. This budget includes a 3.81% increase in local appropriations. This increase.
Oh, that one's better.
Yeah, just.
Okay. This budget includes a 3.81% increase in local appropriations. This increase is due to a decrease in state aid, as well as increases in contractual obligations, outside tuition, and rising costs of goods and services. The budget request has been thoroughly reviewed by the school committee to ensure that the district has the adequate funds to provide quality academic, athletic, and artistic opportunities for our students. At this time, I would like to have the Superintendent, Lindy Ambrook, speak.
Good evening, City Council President McAllister and City Council members and members of the community. I come before you tonight with a budget request of approximately $135 million. We realize that one of our responsibilities is to be fiscally accountable. In order to accomplish this, the directors of all the departments work collaboratively during many meetings to prioritize expenditures and to make the necessary cuts. We have utilized the Elementary and Secondary Emergency Relief Fund, as well as title funds, to support our budget. These items funded by ESSER and title funds are not included in the requested city appropriation. During this budget process, we made sure we were responsive to the needs of students, and we focused on teaching and learning. This budget supports our vision of a graduate and also our district strategic plan. At this time, I would like to turn the meeting over, or the presentation over, to Tim McGrath, our Finance Director.
Good evening, members of City Council. Tonight, I'm here to present the school committee's approved FY23 budget. I'll jump right into the slides that you have. You have this in your packet. Here you'll see a breakdown of revenue from 2019 forward with an FY22 year-end estimate, as well as the FY23 school committee approved budget. You will see that over the years, much of the revenue has remained consistent. Jumping to the next slide. A few differences in revenue impacting FY23 are a slight reduction in state aid, along with a reduction in tuition revenue of $500,000. This is due to we're not seeing the same number of students attending the CTC programs as we did in the past, so I felt the need to adjust the revenue to meet the trends that we're seeing. Next up, we'll look at a summary of expenses. The next slide here's a summary of expenses broken down by UCOA's major object codes for the school committee's approved FY23 budget. The next slide breaks this down graphically. I think it's a good representation of the district's budget. This pie chart uses UCOA major object codes. You'll notice the two biggest pieces of the pie are personnel service compensation and the employee benefit codes. This equates to approximately 80% of the entire school department budget. In preparation of this budget, we have found the two largest pieces of the pie to contain a handful of significant increases, which we had little or no control of. The next slide outlines those different increases. Here we have the four largest impacts to those two largest pieces of the pie, the 80% of our budget. We need to include the following items: contractual salary increases for FY23 of $3 million, healthcare increases of $500,000. The trust recommended 2.7, but we're utilizing our fund balance in the trust to reduce our expense. The state pension increase of $1.8 million, along with a WISE pension increase of $900,000. But note, the school committee reduced the ask that was initially proposed. This is a total of $6.2 million. So the next slide, I'll jump back to the pie chart. Of the remaining 20% of the budget is divided up into 6 other pieces of the pie: other purchase services, purchase service, purchase property service, supplies and materials, capital equipment, and debt service. The largest of those 6 pieces of the pie, other purchase services, which is 70% of the remaining 20, or 14% of the remaining budget. The next slide outlines what's in that $25 million. It's made up of $12 million for transportation and $12 million of out of district, for a total of $24 million of that 25. The next slide breaks down this even further, describing our total expenses, $178 million. Of the $178 million, $142 million of it is related directly to employees. That leaves the district with $35 million. Of that 35, which I described, $24 million is related to transportation and tuition. That leaves the district with $11 million. Of that 11, utilities, insurance, audit, repairs, and maintenance equate to $6 million, leaving the district $4.5 million to run the remaining of the district. Of that 4.5, it's broken into operational materials, operational services, and then student materials and student services to kind of lump them together for $4.5 million. The next slide describes the process that we went through to get here. What we're presenting is a process over 5 months where budget directors came together, presented all the requests. This chart shows where the process started, of the initial ask of $196 million. The superintendent and the rest of us worked to cut $11 million. We then put $5.4 million into ESSER 3 and other grants for a total of $17 million taken out of the ask. The superintendent recommended budget was $179 million. When I went to school committee, they cut additional $932, leaving us with the $178 million ask tonight. This last table, this last slide, describes the FY23 budget versus the FY22 budget, showing the increases in the various object codes. So what does this all mean on the last slide? The additional city ask is $4.9 million. So in conclusion, which is the last slide, expenses were reviewed to reduce the FY23 budget to the lowest possible levels. I adjusted revenues to match trends, and we also, through the process, worked to understand the needs of the district along with the visions of the directors. And lastly, we utilized one-time federal funds for non-recurring expenses when possible. And that's it for my presentation.
Thank you very much, Director. First, I just want to thank the members of the school committee who are here this evening. I think it is really great that they came here, sitting at the table in front of the council, in front of the residents. This is a budget that they have voted on and sent here, so I do want to acknowledge that they are here, and I appreciate them coming here along with the administration. Are there any questions from members of the council on the school budget? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. I have a question for anyone on the dais. So, how much of this budget, or how much of your allocated budget, would you say is, and I ask this every year, unfunded mandates? That is regulations sent down by the federal government that requires, let's say, a teacher-to-student ratio, meaning special education services, possible Title IX. I know we get reimbursement for certain items. State regulated and federal and state Department of Education regulated. About approximately what percentage would you say?
I don't know if I could put a percentage on it, as much as we cut as much of the items that were not required as we possibly could. So to put a number on how much would be unfunded, I think Lisa wants to.
So we do have some curriculum mandates that weren't funded by Rhode Island Department of Education. So Director Dr. Schultz will specify.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me this evening. So I'm the curriculum director, and I just wanted to go over a couple of the unfunded mandates that have come down from the Department of Education. One of them is the mandate to have something that's called green curriculum. It's something that we have to have in grades K through 12, every level, and it has to be for both ELA or English and also for mathematics. And so over the past few years, we've been mandated to purchase materials. One of the big ones this year, thank goodness it was absorbed into ESSER funding that we had for grants, but it was $1 million just for the elementary level for next year for our new ELA program. So that's one huge one. Right there is $1 million just for the materials. It's the best of the best. It's what our students need to help propel Warwick into the top 10 out of all the school districts, which is our goal. We're going to get there. And so some of these mandates, they're here for a good reason, but they are very, very costly. Same thing with the high school. It was $700,000 to purchase new materials this year alone for English. So right there is 1.7. I could keep going. I'm going to have to look at my notes, though, before I continue speaking. So I hope that answers part of your question.
That was actually two great answers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That is a big part, just on two items. The follow-up I would have with that is, no, maybe not the follow-up, but so when a student, let's say, does not get the required, do you go on a credit curriculum? So like students collect credits, they need to have credits by the end of the 4 years. So technically no one stays back. It goes from 9th to 10th grade. So even if they pass one class, let's say it's worth 0.5 credits, they go into the 10th grade with 0.5 credits. Now they're expected to get the additional 4 credits from the second year, as well as a 3.5 credits from the previous year, correct? Is that how the school system is set up?
Yes.
Thank you. So when students move on to the next grade and they carry over, they are obviously required to do some sort of credit recovery or some sort of summer school. Is there a cost on the student to do that?
No, we can't charge students for summer learning.
Is that also a mandate from state or federal?
Yes.
So basically, we're investing the money to teach these children. We are giving them over 50% of our budget, I said $178 million to educate them, and they can choose, and the family can choose not to follow through and have these students pass. And we therefore have to pay another cost to give them the ramp up and the credit recovery they need. That would also be considered, in my eyes, and I follow up to what you said, a very costly unfunded mandate. Is that a federal or a state requirement?
It's state. We've had commissioner decisions in the past that said that we're required to pay those costs.
Thank you. Second, another question, is there a active truancy court? And what I mean by active truancy court, are parents brought in truancy court?
Yes, every Thursday, we have a truancy officer who is an employee of the school department, and every Thursday, he works on children who are truant, and they do go to court.
So let's say students are attending school every day, but failing everything, and the parents are not returning calls, or the guardians are not returning calls, and whether they come in late consistently, whether they are coming unprepared, do they get called to the truancy court, or do they see any court advisor at that time?
It really depends on the age of the student.
Okay. So the age of the student, as you said, correct? I'm sorry, I want to
Yes.
Thank you. So the age of the student, would they focus mostly on elementary, middle, or high school?
Elementary, middle, and some high school, yes.
In some high school. Thank you. However, we are rated and our funding depends on the high school students that we have coming to the school. And the high school students, if they end up dropping out, that counts against the data and the rating of the system, as well as the rating of the educators. But yet, the high school students are left out of the equation of the costs of putting them in the building, feeding them, giving them the services, and yet not completing the curriculum. We bear that cost. I wanted to ask those questions. I thank you so much, because as we look at this, I know it's easy to get lost in the numbers. It's easy to get to see the cost of the salaries. It's easy to see the challenges, and I do appreciate the challenges that your department and that school committee has done, or face, I apologize, in the work you have done. But there's a lot more to be said when you are dealing with this budget. We are dealing with a mandated heavy, and whether, I'm not going to debate whether it should be or not, but we are spending sometimes, in my eyes, twice the amount. If we have students who are consistently showing up to school, not doing what they are required to do, and then we kind of cut corners, not this school committee, not this school department. It is cut corners because we have to put the resources where we can use them. And I would agree with sending the students in elementary and middle school to the court and kind of get them early. But by the time they get up to high school, the battle is still going on. So we can look at just these numbers, but as you heard the testimony today, there's a lot more that has to be looked at that is not included in these numbers, and the costs that we bear and that we have that is not funded, but yet mandated by the federal and state government. Thank you very much.
Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I have two questions. I'm first going to dovetail with my colleague on the unfunded mandates. Does anyone have historical knowledge data? You mentioned that federal just imposed a new curriculum that you had to buy for $1 million. I would venture to say 5 years ago, there was some mandatory program that was given to us by either the federal government or the state government that we had to fund, that is either no longer in existence or did not provide the benefits that we were told they would provide. Is that a safe assumption that there was a program, let's just go 5 years ago, that we were told to institute, and that we are looking at it now and realize that that did not do what it was supposed to do?
In general, yes.
So we just spent $1 million. You're asking us to approve spending $1 million, and I have a follow-up question on what you mentioned. And 5 years from now, we're going to be left holding the bag to continue paying for it, even though we have proof, we have data, science and data that show us those programs do not work. But we're here, we have to keep it going, or, but trash can it, and we just threw $1 million away.
Sure. Councilman Foley, our challenge is we have to be in compliance with the commissioner's office. We have to operate under the guidelines that they've established for us. So we have to move forward with these new initiatives that they require us to follow.
So again, that's why I dovetailed with exactly, we're here and people, and I know it eats up a lot of the city budget, the schools, but so much, a good amount of it, I'm trying to use correct words, a good amount of it is out of our control in the sense that it's mandated to us. We need to find the money, but we don't get to hold people accountable, the end user of that service. That's it. The new curriculum, to the curriculum directors, am I giving you the right title?
What was this new program? Because I heard it, but you didn't explain. Can you just, a thumbnail explanation of it?
Absolutely. So at the elementary level, we're really excited. We had over 50 teachers pilot, about 10% of our teaching force got on board. It's called Wit and Wisdom by Great Minds. It is a forward-thinking program where the students have a lot of discourse, and we're hoping that the students really take on the vision of the graduate that we have as our main focus for our district and really start communicating with one another and figuring out things, creatively thinking about things. And so all the components of the vision of the graduate were in this program. The teachers loved it and they voted unanimously for it. So we wanted to support it. We tested, we went through every single one of the green curricula that the state said that we could try. We tested every single one. And this one was the one that was the best for our students.
Okay, and it's my hearing. Green curriculum, like the
Yes.
color.
I'll explain what that means. It doesn't mean eco, right? I know it's confusing. It's from EdReports, which is a peer-reviewed. You can go on the website edreports.org, and it's a group of different types of stakeholders: administrators, teachers, community members. They've gone through all of the different curriculum options, and they provide a rating system. And so RIDE has mandated that we only look at programs that are rated green for all different categories. It means they're the best of the best.
So green has, like you said, has nothing to do with ecology of it.
No, it's not eco-friendly, unfortunately.
No, well, again.
Yes, it's aligned to the standards and everything. Yes, absolutely. Mhm.
Thank you. Now, my second question, believe it or not, has nothing to do with that. It goes to the line item on the budget. Can you tell me where to look for lack of a better term, breakage? In other words, right now, you're funding for roughly 850 teachers. Let's just say every single one of them was on top step. Some of those teachers are going to retire this year, and you're going to hire someone with less experience and therefore would be on a lower pay scale. Is there a line item that shows where you're planning for that breakage?
It's not, I didn't separate it. It's in the 51110, the regular salaries. It was passed at school committee as a reduction, so I took it off of it's in that $94 million. We have, I think it was $500,000 of breakage, 550,000 that's figured into that.
All right, so historically, let's just look at, and I hate to do last year because that's a little bit of an outlier, and I don't know if you have it with you. I don't want to put you on the spot. But 2019, pre-COVID, how many teachers retired that year? Do you know of?
I don't have the number off the top of my head. I think, Kim, you put it together. But we looked at kind of a trend, and I discussed with Mr. Testa, and that's why we landed at the 550, was we saw a range from 300 to around 600 for the breakages over the last few years. So that was where we landed at the 550. I don't know, Mr. Testa, if you have any comments on.
So.
Councilman Foley, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're also finding that when a teacher retires and we go to hire a new teacher, they're not all at first step anymore, so we might be hiring them at 6th step or 7th step. So we're not seeing the breakage amount that we have in the past.
And again, most of you know my history teaching for 40 years, 30 years at the last 30 at Davies Career Tech. And prior to my retirement, they instituted the teacher evaluation system. And one of my contentions in front of RIDE at the State House was that by instituting, prior to that, former Governor Raimondo, the repair, and I use that word very sparingly, for the pension system, with the AB system and the like, my contention was that they had to require every city and town in the state of Rhode Island to retain some of their higher paid people for somewhere from 5 to 10 years longer than they would have had to prior to the reform. And all that did was shift it from the state pension system to the backs of the cities and towns. Goes right along with what you're saying about the state mandate. I know personally I had to teach 4 more years, and I never recovered what I lost through her
reforms. So are you seeing that too, that teachers are staying on the job longer?
Yes, we're definitely seeing that in terms of the retirement numbers year to year. They're not as high as they were in the past. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councilman Foley. Councilman Sinapi.
So I'll probably reserve most comments till later, but to dovetail from Councilman Foley and from Councilman Howe, it's interesting that RIDE recently proposed changing the standards for graduation yet again, which, as everyone can imagine, will only further increase those unfunded mandates. So for those who take issue or umbrage and whatnot with school department budget, I highly recommend write to your state legislators and governor and RIDE, please. It would actually be very helpful because the unfunded mandates are a very large problem. It's one thing to pull up mandates that help everybody. That's all well and good. But when you kind of force cities and towns into the ground while doing so, it doesn't exactly help anybody. That being said, I'll reserve further comment.
Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming. I had the benefit of participating or at least watching online your budget hearings. They were very informative, and I appreciate the opportunity. To borrow a committee member, Testa, he talked about nibbling around the edges. So I'm not an education expert like some of my colleagues, but there are a few things that jumped out at me. And I'll start with healthcare. So who's the current healthcare provider for the schools?
We're currently using WB Health as the self-insured.
Okay. And I think that there's a past ordinance, or at least a resolution passed that tried to synchronize the provider for the schools, also for the city. And I think you were all here earlier when we went through the general fund budget, and you've seen that we've had a very positive experience from that transition from last year to this year, where healthcare costs on the city side are down near $1 million, and for the school department, they're up $500,000. So just, I don't know when your contracts expire or that type of thing, but it may be something to look into because that is a significant shift.
Yeah, that was definitely an area when I heard that you guys had made the switch to the trust. It was something that I was going to look into.
We have much older employees than the city does. That's the problem, or at least a big piece of it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do you have a firm like Marsh or a benefits consultant similar to the city?
No, I don't believe we do at this time. Unless, Kim, do we have a benefits? No. Yep, just Sarah at WB Health.
Okay, got it. Well, like I said, it was one of the first things that this council looked at, and so far it appears that it was a good financial decision. So, moving along, I mean, we talk about pathways programs and the cost associated often. I hadn't noticed this adjustment in terms of incoming pathways and CTC students of another $550,000, but added to what we lose with students going out. That's a painful one. So I know that's an area that you're all focused on. I don't know if you had a comment there.
Yeah, no, I just want to make you aware that as I was building this budget, I noticed the revenue for that CTC program seemed high and we weren't achieving that. That was why I adjusted it down. It appears that, and I think Mr. McCaffrey can comment on this too, previously we were able to set the rates going further back, and I think now they're state mandated how much the tuition rates are, and that's what's kind of causing that. So I felt the need to adjust it to where we're actually seeing. So that's...
Got it. Thank you.
The other piece with that is that we have a career and tech center. It is a fully operational, building, and they have programs where our kids get licenses and certifications and things like that. They know how to set up a business, all kinds of stuff. But a lot of other schools are poaching our kids for their sports teams and things. Now, our business program is far better than NK's. I'm just going to say it. But our kids, a lot of our kids go to NK. A lot of our kids go to Pontiac because they get a lot of times poached. And there's nothing we can do about it. And we tried to get the legislature to change it, but RIDE won't change it. RIDE said, no program is similar. So we can't keep our own kids, which originally we had legislation in where we're gonna, after a certain amount of time, we could keep our own kids so we wouldn't have so much attrition, because a pathway and a CTC education are two very different things. And our kids who go to pathways aren't getting what they would get at the CTC. So it costs us a lot of money because they're walking out the door to other school systems that maybe are prettier or newer or have better sports team or a million other reasons.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I had the opportunity with Chairwoman Cobden to tour the CTC program, and it is very impressive. Thank you. I think I just have one other. So you go through this breakdown here. Let me get to it. Superintendent recommended budget of 1795, and then additional school committee cuts 932. And has anything changed in this budget since it was approved by the school committee?
No, there's been no changes.
Okay, so if I recall, the bulk of that 932 is a reduction in the contribution into the pension?
Correct, and breakage was in there as well. Yep.
Okay, and so can you talk about just what's the state of that pension fund in terms of how funded it is and its health?
So the only reports I have from the actuary are as of June 30th, and at that time it was 101% funded due to the increase in the market. 26% return will do that for pension. At this time with the drops in the market, I'm sure it's not at those levels, but we don't have those reports yet to look at.
Okay, but it sounds like we're in the ballpark of healthy.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. That's all I have for now, but
I just wanted to say, in conjunction with all of that, we have this inflation, which started recently, and hopefully it goes away as quickly as it came. But that certainly is a problem going forward if it continues to increase for for everyone in the city, the entire city, for the entire state, when we're creating budgets and you have inflation out of control. So we're concerned.
right, yeah. Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, President. I'm going to continue down the road a little bit on Councilman Gebhardt's questions with regard to healthcare. What is the school department's cost for a family plan and an individual per person or per family?
I don't have the 23 costs in front of me. She just sent it over the other day. I believe it's somewhere in the $20,000 range. I can get you the exact figure. I don't have it off the top of my head, though.
You don't have the healthcare costs with you?
Not for the individual plans. Oh, for the individual, not the family plan? Yeah, it's closer to 9. I'm sorry. Yeah, the family plan's closer to 20. Yeah. Yeah.
To the 20?
Yeah. For a family plan. Yep.
What is it?
23.
And the individual?
Around 9.
What is your unfunded liability in healthcare for the school department?
I don't believe we have an unfunded liability at this time because we have a fund balance at WB Health that we're using.
You have zero unfunded healthcare liability in the school department? So every single bill is paid, you owe nothing. You have no unfunded liability in healthcare.
Correct, if I'm understanding the question. Because it's self-funded, there's a balance at WB Health and
Self-funded doesn't mean that, everything's all paid. But what you're saying is you have zero unfunded liability.
I believe so, if I'm understanding the question properly.
To go to Councilman Gebhardt's point, he mentioned that this year, the school department's healthcare, I believe it was a 500,000 higher than the city side. Is that what was said?
That's what our projected increase is $500,000, yes.
I can remember numerous years sitting on this council when we would say we should be doing what the school department's doing because your healthcare costs were better than what we had. So this time, not necessarily the case, but I can tell you that I seem to recall numerous occasions when your performance with healthcare was very good.
Yeah, we did see in the past year, we saw a reduction in claims. So when we did the projection for the following year, working with WB Health, that was kind of where the increase. She was seeing a 6.5% increase in healthcare costs on her end. And then with the deficit, coming forward of the delayed healthcare, that's kind of where that increase is coming from. She had recommended closer to a $3 million increase. And we're using the fund balance that is currently at WB Health to buy down that rate to get to the $500,000. So that's where those are coming from.
And what is your healthcare budget for the current year?
For the current year is 19 million. I believe I have. I just want to double check for you. Where's that page? Where's the 19? Yep, 19,583.
19,583.
Yes.
Now, that's for this current fiscal year.
That's for FY22,
So in your new
correct?
fiscal year, you're going to be going to about 21,
20 million.
20 million?
Yes.
Another big difference between the school department and the city side is your teachers do not get lifetime health care when they retire.
No, they don't.
And
Yeah.
that is a significant amount of monies.
Certainly is, Councilman. And one of the problems with teachers having to teach longer, new people coming in till 67 for full retirement, at least, we have older and older teachers. And as you know, a lot of times older people get sicker and they
Say
cost.
what about
Older people, sometimes they're more apt to get sicker, people who are over 60.
I'm only joking. I'm one of
Or
those old
59
people
like
now.
me.
Say what?
But so our health care would be a lot better if our teachers were leaving in their 50s than almost 70.
But my point is, when they leave employment, they do not leave with lifetime health care.
Correct.
So we can sit here for days and days and days and discuss all of these budget numbers and all the ups and downs and the reasons why and why nots, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is, until we as a city get control on the out of control healthcare costs, pension costs, co-pays, and stop loss, we're going to be fighting the same fight every year. Now, I don't know when, reality is going to set into place and folks are going to finally say, this has got to stop. So if we want to talk about some real savings, let's talk about the real savings. Let's talk about where these huge expenses are and how to get to a better place. We've passed a resolution here recently on the city council making that request to get to a better place. That's where the savings are going to be. You talk about a budget of 80-some% in the school department. I think at one point in time, it was actually a bit higher than that. If I'm remembering, I think it was somewhere around 82, 83%, maybe 86%. That doesn't leave a whole lot of money for pencils and papers. And I don't mean to minimize it when I say pencils and papers. Another problem that I see, and this is from a society perspective. When I was in school, they were still using the cannon string, but seriously, when I was in school, teachers were able to teach a full hour of class, maybe 50 minutes, 48 minutes. Society has changed that. You can't expect teachers to be everything. They're educators. The concern also is in the student population. Now, we can go back to the 1970s when it was probably close to 3 times higher than what it is today. But in recent years, not that many recent years, we've had a continual
2 minutes, Councilman.
We've had a continual decline in student population. I think it's declined again in 2021 by 300 or 400 students. The question is why? We have, I'm sorry? Go ahead, who was going to, go ahead,
Well,
please.
Councilman Lattiser, as school committee member Ms. Backus said, we are losing students to other districts who have newer school buildings, beautiful athletic fields. You know, we talk to parents and they say that our athletic fields are in such poor condition. My child wants to play football. They're not playing football on one of your fields. We're going to go to North Kingston or somewhere else that has nicer athletic facilities. That is one reason why.
That's home games, right? So they have home games, but they still play away games, right? So they're playing on other fields. They're still, eventually they're coming to the city of Warwick and they're playing on Warwick's fields too, every school in the state. So it's not every game they play in home fields. And I understand what you're saying, but it's not that that's the only reason.
Councilman,
So-
I'd also like to kind of piggyback on what the superintendent said. There's a couple of things. Demographics is one. Pathway programs, which has been mentioned earlier, that's a significant drain on our student population. And we can discuss pathways until we're blue in the face. It's essentially school choice, but it's not funded appropriately. But we lose a significant amount of students just to North Kingstown and Pontiac. Forget the charter schools. Warwick doesn't lose a lot of students to charters. We lose more of our kids to the pathway programs. So that's a state level fix, but it's a local fight. And as to what Ms. Backus said, some of our programs I think are much better. They're deeper. They're more comprehensive. But when the Department of Ed says no programs are similar, so therefore the student goes and the money goes with the student, that's an uphill fight. And when the per pupil cost in your district is higher than the receiving district, there's a profit made in every student, right? So the districts we lose to tend to have lower ride per pupil costs. So on one level, it's a business transaction for those, because those districts would lose population, homegrown population, just like Warwick will, because it's just a demographic thing. But it's just another one of the difficulties and obstacles that we have to try to retain these kids. And some of the solutions that I think are more pathway programs to draw more kids in, because that's the environment we're in now. We're all competing against each other.
And isn't our cost per student one of the highest in the state? to educate,
Yes, it is.
if not the highest? There's how many? Two? So there's 2 out of 5 out of how many schools, right? You have other purchased services for $25,455,000. What does that consist of? What is that?
Yeah, that was one of the ones I outlined in the presentation. So the two largest pieces of that, 12 million is transportation, and another 12 million is the out-of-district tuitions. So 24 million of that 25 is those two line items, transportation and out-of-district.
Are you rethinking this transportation thing, by the way? Because I'm seeing these buses drive around. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of kids in them. And by the way, some of them should be reported because some of these bus drivers are crazy. I'm seeing them go through stop signs. I'm seeing them go through red lights. Not too impressed with some of them. So is this something that you're revisiting?
So I know for the FY23 budget, and if Ms. Machado wants to talk on it, or I can, we did change the walking distance, so we reduced the ask from first student from 63 to 57 buses.
This is going to be the last one. We're going to pause after this. And can we just get 1 or 2 people from the school department to speak? I don't want to keep going all the way down. Everyone gets to say the councilman got to ask us questions, but we got to get an answer.
So Councilman Lattiser, when you say rethink the whole transportation, can you clarify?
Yeah, are you rethinking either getting some new people to drive these buses, different buses, change size, change routes, et cetera? Maybe I'm the only one that sees these buses driving around with hardly anybody in them, besides a driver and a monitor. So yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Sure. So we did decrease our fleet this year with the ASK2 budget cut. We are with First Student until 2024, so we will have to stay with that vendor. As far as buses driving around empty, that all depends on where they're coming from and where they're going. So I'd have to know like specifics on that to give you that information. But every year we do evaluate, we look at the trends for our routes, where our pain points are and what we need to fix. Obviously, the increase in walking distance helps support the budget cuts that we had to make as well. Depot stops is something that we're introducing more of, one location where a large group of students can walk to. So we're always changing. We're always trying to be more innovative.
I'll yield the floor, Mr. President.
What's that?
I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members who haven't had a chance to speak yet? Councilman Ricks.
Taking a look at the last page of not of the school presentation, but of the general budget address. So this is Roman numeral 7. That last paragraph reads, there is one caveat attached to this budget proposal. This administration believes strongly that additional state aid should offset city contributions of either city or ARPA funding to the Warwick Public Schools budget. The administration of the Warwick Public Schools has agreed to this caveat. We may know this before the city budget is enacted, and I will propose a change in city contributions at that time if additional state school aid materializes. If that is not known in late May, when the city must act on a final budget, I will insist that additional state aid offset city contributions or be reserved for the future year. So I was just reading that paragraph, not my words. A couple of questions on that. So I'll start off the conversation by saying that there is a 2005 Rhode Island Supreme Court decision that it appears may be on this topic. And it's my understanding from that 2005 Rhode Island Supreme Court decision that if the city council authorizes the expenditure, then the city council, even if the state were to contribute that exact same amount to the Warwick Public Schools budget, the city council could not take back that allocation. So it would in fact just be the state contributing additionally. I'm not sure if that's the same understanding that the school department has on this, or if the school department has a different understanding.
So we do have a different understanding. I believe the other case you're talking about was that the city withheld our funds from our budget, but with the new American Rescue contribution, if the state does increase its aid towards the district, then we will offset it by not spending the money from the city, the 2.1 from the city.
So then if the state does follow through with that contribution, the city would be allowed to take those funds back that the state has effectively replaced.
Yes, so if they do increase our funding, that would take place, that would happen.
Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky because fiscal years aren't calendar years. And of course, we have elections in November. And so does the school department have a legal opinion to that effect? And would there be anything reduced to writing that would bind the school department to this interpretation so that halfway through the year, we don't necessarily find ourselves in a situation where there's a change of heart?
So we did reach out to our lawyer before we reached this agreement with the mayor and his staff.
Did the attorney provide a written opinion?
No, he did not. It was just a conversation.
Was the agreement with the administration, was that put in writing, or is it just more of an oral agreement?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The agreement between the school department and the city administration, is that in writing, or is it more of just a conversation or oral agreement?
At this time, it was a verbal agreement. But I believe in the budget, for the city budget, the mayor did write a little synopsis and mentioned it there.
I do see that, and I read that pertinent paragraph in the budget address. I think that it would make me feel a little better about the situation, since we are talking about millions of dollars on an interpretation of the law where, with all due respect to the school administration, the city administration, and the school committee, all due respect to all involved, I see this as a situation where different people can rationally look at the same case law or read into that case law different potential scenarios and then come to different conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
And because the fiscal year does not overlap, or rather does not strictly coincide with the calendar year, and it is an election year, then there is always a possibility that someone 6 months from, a bit over 6 months from now, may have a different opinion. And the last thing that I want to see is for it to appear to everybody now that there's an understanding, everybody is on the same page, and then that situation to change in 6 months, and we now have a fight over millions of dollars in our on our hands. That involves going to court, spending money on the city side, and spending money on the school department side. Essentially, taxpayer money, fighting taxpayer money over millions of dollars in taxpayer money.
Can I raise a point of information, please? That'll save the speaker some time.
Please go ahead.
Hold on.
The speaker.
Finish your, excuse me. One person at a time.
It's a point of information, and the
Okay.
speaker is allowed to accept it, and you just did.
I have to acknowledge you. Just relax, all right? Councilman, would you like to hear from Councilman Sinapi?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman Sinapi. And you have
So-
3 minutes left.
As far as the case law, nothing stops the school department from giving back money by voluntarily, as what's been suggested. And for those who recall, a few years ago when we did the additional funds for sports and everything else, the way we handled it is that it was memorialized by the school committee thereafter, thus effectuating it, putting it in writing just like you want, which would be my suggestion that way, because Councilman Ricks is absolutely right. It would be better if it's in writing because things change. Who knows what happens in the election? The new people who come in might not like this arrangement, but at least if it's in writing and everything's agreed upon and passed formally, then we'd be in a much better place. And presumably the school committee and school department would be on board with that. Obviously, they can address that here. But sorry, Councilman Ricks, I want to save you time so you could ask other questions.
Not at all. I appreciate it. And I think that you made my point for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other council people who haven't had a chance to speak yet? Okay, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just actually want to dovetail upon the dovetail of the dovetail and follow up. Extension of dovetails, Chapter 7. So general question for the superintendents to kind of understand the budget process and the costs that we bear due to federal state mandates. When a student is enrolled in the city or a Warwick resident student gets accepted to another school, whether it be charter, parochial, or Pontigansett, whatever it may be, another public school of another district, and that student goes there, the money follows the student to that district. When does that district, the host district, get to keep all the money but not the student? What's the fiscal calendar year?
I believe we pay tuition by the year.
But if a student is sent, let's say a student goes to Davies, and then Davies says, not meeting our standard of what we want. The charter school says, not meeting our standard. The Pontigansett says, not meeting our standard, and they kick the kid back to Warwick. They keep the money.
It's quarterly, so they keep a portion of the money.
They keep a portion of the money. There's not a point, this is where my understanding is that after a certain date, whether it be November or March, they keep 100% of the money.
I am not aware of that, right?
Okay.
On our invoices that we receive, we pay quarterly.
It would be quarterly. So come March, a district can keep the money for March to June, but send the kid back to the home district and keep that money for the year, correct?
If a student completes the third quarter, we don't pay for the fourth quarter if they come back to us.
If the student completes the third quarter and they kick the kid back, you get the fourth quarter money follows the student back?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I see that it says over here on Otis District tuitions, $12 million, and I think it's where other purchased services included, $25 million, transportation was $12 million, out-of-district tuition was $12.1 million. And that's a pretty chunk of change. So the follow-up to that would be also when a student needs, let's say, special education services or IEP services, do these out-of-school districts, are they required to give the student the services, or is that required to be paid for by the host or the city that the student is transported to, whether it be charter, parochial, or out-of-district?
So we do pay for those services.
So even though the student is being transferred and we're paying the tuition, we still must pay the special need, okay.
Yes.
And that, again, is a mandate that we must follow.
Correct.
So then my follow-up to that would be, and this will be my last question for saving time, and I thank my colleagues for indulging me. What happens when the district doesn't meet this? So going on what the superintendent McCaffrey said, when the state, when the district doesn't meet a standard or a mandate that is put forward, what is the punishment, or what is the backlash from the Rhode Island Department of Education or even the federal? Is it purely monetary?
At first, they'd work with us, and then eventually it could be monetary. They could hold back some funding.
Additional, they could hold back funding that they don't even, that of a possible violation of a mandate that they don't even fund.
Correct.
So they can hold back funding of something they're not funding, which means they're going to deduct funding from something else. And that's an additional burden that we see on top of not having the services and not getting, and having to follow the mandates for attendance, for participation, as well as for credit recovery. And credit recovery is the program we talked about, where a student will not work, but then has to build those credits, and we must bear the cost of the student to get the credits and need to graduate. So that's where basically a good chunk of students, I would venture to say 20 to 30% of students, were double paying for their education by pure state mandate. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I had to follow up.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the money following the student, so we have a cost of $22,300 per student. If one of our students go to one of the other schools, other than the 5 that are comparable to us, does the 22,000 change go to a school where their cost might only be 17,000?
We don't pay the full 22. It's a discounted, it's a tuition rate that the state sets. But yes, in theory, if their cost is lower than the tuition, then they are profiting on that student. Yes.
So we're getting ripped off.
Yes.
And that's been going on for years.
Right.
But yet it continues. Well, that's because, yeah, well, you said it, I don't have to. That's a ripoff. So I want to follow up on my question about the unfunded liability. What is the school department's OPEB unfunded liability?
I'd have to pull the report. I don't have that off the top of my head. I have the full OPEB report. I just don't know off the top of my head what that liability stands at currently.
So when could you get that report?
I have it sitting on my computer. I can send it to you anytime.
I think that's an important number. Surprised you don't have it. So you'll get that to us when?
I can send it tonight, tomorrow morning.
Okay. You have all of our email addresses?
I can, yeah, we have it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there still $56 million or so of a bond that has not been drawn down on yet?
Correct, yep.
And if you decide to draw down on that bond this year and you get council approval, is the cost of that bond in this budget, or the cost of the drawdown figured into this budget?
I'm not sure if Mr. Schaefer has that figured in. I'm not.
Mr. Schaefer has that figured in? Mr. Schaefer here? So, Mr. Schaefer, I'll repeat the question. There's still $56 million of bond that's sitting there that the school department hasn't drawn down yet. If they were to request a drawdown from the council of, say, 25 million, and the council approved it, is the cost of funding that bond, of paying that bond, factored into?
No.
It's not. So what does that mean? Does that mean they can't draw down on it?
Let's say you did it
This past year, we did it in February. We issued $26 million in February. There was no cost in this year. That amount is budgeted in the 23 budget. Likewise, if we went ahead and did it at the same time next year, it would be a 24 cost, not a fiscal year 23 cost.
Okay, so even if they draw down 26 million on July 5th, that won't get factored into the 23 budget or get factored into the 24?
They've got well over 20 million right now from the bond issue we did in February. Now, Steve, I don't know where Steve is. I don't know how fast he's drawing it down, but the contemplation was that about the same time next year, if their cash flow on those projects went on the same way, was that we would do another amount next.
But Mr. Schaefer, that's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is, if the school department comes to the city council requesting and is approved for $26 million because of whatever has occurred, that they need to make X repairs or replacements on these buildings, if that is approved by the city council on July 5th, does that $26 million get paid in this fiscal year or 2024 fiscal year? That's my question.
I would say 2024.
You would say? I mean, does it or doesn't it?
Because Rybeck has a policy of payments in May. We don't issue the bonds on our own. It's through Rhode Island Health and Education
Yeah, I
Building
understand that.
Corporation.
I understand that.
So, and I wouldn't even think of going to market until we have new financial statements available. We advance, when you pass a resolution, you give the treasurer and the finance director authority to advance money from the general fund pending the issuance of bonds. There's also the opportunity to do bond anticipation notes. So I would, if I was finance director, and I'm still finance director next year, we would be talking about not doing anything in terms of securitization of the debt until next spring, late winter.
So then we don't need to worry about a drawdown on this $56 million bond with that debt service being factored into this budget. That's what you're saying. We don't have to worry about that.
We don't have to worry about it.
Okay. Point noted. So to whoever on the school committee, and we've gone down this road numerous times as well, what is your plan if the city council does not approve your increase? What's your plan?
If that was the case, we'd have to go back to the drawing board, looking at cuts in different areas, cutting into programs, personnel, different options on the table. We'd have to kind of go to that level.
The option that comes to mind, and it's right there in the front of my mind, is what happened the last time. You cut the sports, and you had this chamber filled with kids. So that brings back my question. If the city council doesn't approve it, I mean, are we going to be doing this same little thing?
We are not planning on cutting sports this year.
Because we had 2 months in this chamber of zero business because the kids were so upset.
We don't want to hurt students. You know, we discussed it and decided it's not even an option, so.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that's on the record as well. Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the school budget?
Philip Durko Sr., Ward 4. My younger brother spoke earlier. I'm a retired Warwick taxpayer. And after looking at this budget, I'm going to have to go find a job, I believe. I have some questions and one comment. Where does Warwick stand in the education quality in this state versus this country? Where does Warwick stand? What percentage? What number?
So right now, I believe, and Lisa can help me with that, but we're about 20% proficient. After COVID, this is pre-COVID, our scores did slide. In reading, we're a little higher than that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Looking at the websites I looked at, it was anywhere from 27 to 42nd. So,
So I can tell you across the country, most states, or all states, did better in reading, and they had a bigger slide in math. But can you give a specific for Warwick?
I think that's a really great question. And at the next school committee meeting, I'll be doing a really large presentation on the state of how we are compared to everyone in the state and in the United States. But right now, we're right at the state level. Everybody did slide because of COVID. We also mirrored that. We did have a bigger decrease in mathematics than the rest of the state. But our preliminary data, I'm sorry, did I misunderstand your question?
what's the percentage
The exact
of the
percentage.
education quality for Warwick or the state of Rhode Island as opposed to the rest of the country? Are we at 20%? I'm sorry, do we rank 20th, 40th, 50th?
It depends on what data set you're looking at, sir. And I'm not trying to be,
No problem. Thank you.
wow. Okay, I'm going to look up numbers right now, but I need about 3 minutes, okay?
All right, thank you. How many teachers per student in Warwick?
It's 1 to 12. Teacher,
excuse me?
1 to 12. 1 to 12, so 1 student to 12 teachers.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, I'm sorry, the other way around.
How many students per teacher in Warwick?
Oh, 12, sorry.
12. That's what it was the last time I asked. I understood earlier, how much to educate? Is it a student in Warwick, is it 22,000? Did I hear that number right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, again, I don't have children in the Warwick school system, but I'm still paying taxes, and most of those taxes my property taxes go to the school department. I don't think there's anything more important than educating our children. But again, the quality of education of our children, that should be topmost on our list. Not how much it's going to cost, not the number of schools we're going to build, not the number of teachers per student, the quality of that education that each student is going to receive. That's the future. That's our future of this country, of this city, of this state.
Excuse me, that's why we
No.
brought all new curriculum and resources to better educate our students. And we feel that this will improve our scores and our student proficiency rate.
Thank you. The other thing is, it's been mentioned here about mandates, a big issue on mandates. I can't do anything about a mandate alone, but if the city council puts together a committee of 2 or 3 council members that brought this issue up, we'd be willing to support it. Me and my 300 members would be willing to support that initiative. So, again, we can't do it alone, nor can I do it alone. So rather than continue to talk about mandates, let's do something about it. Thank you for your time. Okay, good. Let me write it down. Okay, shoot.
All right, not to take up too much time, but I do have some figures. So the state comparison with Warwick, we are right at the state level. Pre-COVID pandemic, we were at 48th percentile. Proficient in grade 3 compared to 50% state level, 38% compared to 38%, 40 compared to 40, 40 compared to 40, 30 compared to 23, and 38 compared to 27. So as we get into the upper grades, we did fall a little bit. Our preliminary data shows that our students have risen They're over 30% already.
But if you're giving me those numbers, then you better give me what Rhode Island is, as opposed to the rest of the states in this country. You just gave me what the school system is related to Rhode Island.
Yes, because you asked that.
I want Warwick, the city of Warwick, compared to the rest of the country. I don't care compared to Warwick, the rest of the country.
All right, sir, I'm going to have to do some data analysis to get that for you. I wasn't prepared for this question this evening.
Understood, and I couldn't get the data either, okay? It was all based on Rhode Island, relating to Rhode Island. I don't think the education system in Rhode Island is that much better as well. So I think we have a lot of work. You people have a lot of work to do. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you,
for all
sir.
you do.
Good evening, Zach LaFontaine, Ward 2, also a proud alum of the class of 2019 from Pilgrim High School. It's great to be here. And my question is really on the, really where was the thinking that went into the planning? This might be a question for the director, on the holistic approach to school safety and security. This is one thing that I know my class was very passionate about during my time at Pilgrim High School. And given the fact that we have approximately over 560 exterior doors located at the district's 20 schools, we want to make sure they're functioning properly and also ensuring that they're locking properly as well on the back end. I know that during my time of exiting Pilgrim, they were working on ways to seek ways to replace the interior door systems with more ADA compliancy and making sure we were all up to par. And then my last part to that, before I ask the question, is if I do recollect properly, which is extremely commendable if that work was able to do, is we were the only municipality in the entire state to participate in the mutual link system. So I'm assuming we still have access to that. I don't know if we're still paying for that. So I don't know if that's a two-part question that you can answer for me.
Yeah, so there's a couple of pieces in there. So the safety and security piece, we underwent, and Dr. Taylor can discuss this more if you would like to. We underwent a $1.5 million security upgrade with cameras throughout the district, remote access. That also included door swipes, door security. Along those lines, the interior doors that you mentioned, that's under Mr. Gothberg in the bond projects. He's been going through each school, changing out doors for ADA compliance. And then I believe the last piece you mentioned was MutualLink. MutualLink has been discontinued, and Verkada is coming out with a phone-based system to replace that. So we've dissolved that system, and we have a new system rolling out to replace that one. So I think did I cover everything?
Yeah, I think so. So just a follow-up. Do you folks still use Rave Guardian? Is that still a program that the Go Guardian? Yeah, I don't know if the name's changed since I've been there. Okay.
I believe it's.
Yes, we still use Go Guardian.
So is that a subscription that we have to pay for annually, or what type of
Yes.
contract does that look? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And then is there any data or anything on the website that would show if Gothberg has gone in and done analyses on the doors, the locks, making sure that the teachers and staff have adequately got the keys and are locking it? Is that anywhere on the website as well?
The completed projects are on the website. I don't know about any analysis that you're looking at in terms of like what has been done and what hasn't. We show completed projects and what's scheduled. I don't know if that is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's on everyone's radar that school safety should be a number one priority. It should always be, not just reacting when something happens with a school shooting or anything to that effect. I think it's just something that we all need to make sure we're keeping on the forefront of our minds.
Okay.
So.
Jeff Taylor, Director of Technology, and I can elaborate a little bit more on the school safety aspect of it. It was about this time last year that the school department, under the leadership of Superintendent Danbrook, Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey, explored school safety and security, and we explored a number of different companies, and we were able to roll out, as Director McGrath said, a $1.5 million upgrade to security, which outlines cameras, access control, which are all the door swipes, as well as alarm systems. We're piloting a guest system that ties into that same technology. And we're also working in the developmental phases of a phone-based app that will supersede any technology of Rave and the Mutual Link. And it really is one of the only districts in the country working with this company that has integrated all those aspects of safety. It was the technology that was put into place after the Newtown, Connecticut school shooting. And so we explored all the technologies, and we're happy to say that as evidenced by that project, we are and always looking to improve, but we have put a lot of energy and resources into ensuring that our district is secure and safe. In addition to that, though,
Thank you very much. If we have additional questions, we're just talking on the budget stuff, so that's very good information, very important. I thank you. Sir, if you have additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Hi, Darlene Netco, Ward 7, lifelong resident of Warwick, homeowner, taxpayer, teacher of 32 years in the district, and I'm also president of the Warwick Teachers Union. Back in 2008, 2009, during the Great Recession, the state legislature passed a one-time only bill that allowed cities and towns to underfund the schools by up to 5% below the maintenance of effort. Warwick was the only city or town that cut the full 5% and never gave it back. So therefore, by anyone's estimate, how much money do you think Warwick Public Schools has lost in that time period? You know, if you figure at that time it was about $5 million, say 10 years, you're looking at $50 million our schools haven't had. During the same period of time, the city required the schools to pay the interest on the bond, the only city or town in the entire country to do that. That debt service on the bond was about $1.5 million, and then greater than that. And I don't remember the exact number of years that the school department had to pay that, but if you figure another 10 years or so, there's another $10 million, $15 million. During that period of time, there's been some talk about declining pupil population. The real decline happened from the 70s onward. However, the school department has shrunk. In 2016, the district consolidated secondary schools and cut employees, both teachers and WISE union members and other employees. In 2018, the school department had another consolidation, again, cut teaching staff and shrunk. At that time, our former superintendent declared that the district was right-sized. Therefore, when there's talk of declining population, the district has met that declining population with appropriate action. In the budget document that the city printed on page Roman numeral 7, it says, the bottom line is that Warwick Public Schools' revenue situation is in flux. Nevertheless, this budget proposes a 2.8% increase in local support to Warwick Public Schools, reflecting the compensation value of the negotiated teacher's contract despite further declines in enrollment. All right, a couple of things there. The teachers are not the only employee group with a raise this year. And just to set the record straight, 2 years ago, we got a 0% increase. I mean, last year was 0. This year is a 2% increase. Next year is a 2.5. We're also paying more for our health care. When you figure everything together, it comes out to a 1.13% increase over 3 years. On page Roman numeral 1, and not to knock anyone else in this city or anything else, but on page Roman numeral 1, the mayor says that negotiated wage increases of between 2.75% and 3.75%, but well below the current inflation rate. Well, I would say our 1.13% is well below the current inflation rate. And I don't think it's right to blame or place all the onus on the fact that we negotiated a contract and get a raise, a very nominal raise next year. We're not the only employee group in the city or in the school department with a raise. So to be mentioned particularly in this budget document and to make it sound like the teachers are the cause for the school department needing money is wrong. Especially since, as I already pointed out, the city has done a grave disservice to this school system over at least 10 years. And as the Beacon recently printed, and Mr. Ricks pointed out earlier, back in 2005, the city tried to wrest $600,000 back from the schools. So I would say our city has been mistreating and underfunding the schools for quite some time. And I think even the percentage, even though the schools are getting over 50% of the property tax revenue, the schools used to get a lot more. So the schools have been making do with less. And I know this school committee and this superintendent would never cut sports in order to balance the budget. That was a previous superintendent who pulled that stunt. Anyway, I do appreciate that the mayor has put an increase into the school budget for this year. Our school department, under a previous superintendent, should have asked for more money last year and didn't. But I just wanted to, make those, maybe kind of set the record straight about where the schools are. And I appreciate all the talk here about unfunded mandates too. Thanks to Mr. Howe for bringing that up and everybody else dovetailing on it, because that is huge when it comes to what our schools have to pay out before they look at anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hello. Hello this a little bit. My name is Brian Hebert. I'm no longer a resident of Warwick, though I did live off of Tidewater for about 5 years. I do work in the green space, and that is from a green renewable space. And there's a number of things in this meeting that I hear, concerns about creative funding, hedging against inflation, transportation, and cost cutting. So I work in a number of verticals in the green space, and everybody immediately thinks solar, and yes, that is one of them. There are community solar farms that need off-takers. I do happen to represent one of them. There's a number that are out there. In Rhode Island, municipalities and schools and nonprofits can be off-takers. This is different than selecting your supply deregulation, okay? That is typically 3-year contracts. You have to bid for it, right? With community solar, you can save a flat 10% off of your utility cost. That's both your supply and your delivery combined. So if I hear that you have a budget of 138 million, and then you have an additional 40 million, and between 4.5 to 6 million of that is utility, probably about 2.5 million is your electric between water and gas. So that's $250,000 a year that the constituents of Warwick and yourself can find in savings. That's one of the verticals. Another vertical is I also have a partner that works with schools and municipalities that will show how you can do a complete energy audit for free. And they'll say, okay, if you do X, Y, and Z, that might be utility, gas, lighting, grounds, etc. Then they'll say, okay, we will provide 20 to 25% savings. If it reaches, say, 20 or 22%, they have an insurance rider that they'll strike a check for the difference. Okay? So there's two timelines on this. The enrollment for community solar in Rhode Island is twice a year. The first one is by June 1st. So if your town enrolls, whether it be through me or somebody else, you can start seeing those credits July 1st because the cutoff is June 1st. If you wait, you will not see them until January of 2023. So I'm more than willing to have a further conversation in any of these. Again, it's strictly an enrollment. The program is 10% off. So there's not really a procurement process in that or an RFP. Whereas the other organization that I partner with, they act as a fiduciary and they run an RFP for you. And they would welcome any discovery call if that is an avenue that you want to go. All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of the public on the school budget?
I just have one question. In the 2016 Rhode Island report card, it showed the proficiency levels of all the schools, and Warwick showed proficiency levels in math, reading, and science at 32%, 16%, and 11%. And I'm sorry, reading was 32%, math was 16%, and science was 11%. I can't find what those percentages are now. Does anyone on the committee have those numbers, what our proficiency levels are now?
Mr. Cody, I can get those for you.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions from members of the public on the school budget? All right, thank you very much. Next up will be the animal shelter. Again, thank you to the administration and the school committee members for attending. Everybody, we are going to continue the budget hearings. Thank you very much. Give you a minute. I don't want to. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the animal shelters budget. And Director, you had the tough job of going right after schools. We appreciate your patience here. Are there any questions from members of the City Council for the animal shelters budget, which can be found on page 24? Councilman Howe.
Mr. President, honestly, not a question, a statement. Every time I go to that shelter, honestly, it is something I have no problem, and I want the administration to hear this, no problem funding. I think they do an amazing job. I think that it's good to see how we as a city and the reputation we have as a city, the way we treat our animal, like, I guess the pets, the city's pets or the abandoned pets. I have nothing but great things to say, so thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Any other questions from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Ann, are you fully staffed with just 4 people? We are. Are you? Okay. I always, every time you come to the budget, your budget is always nice and clean and basically no big fluffs or anything. You always do a great job. I wanted to make sure I mentioned that.
Any other questions from members of the council on the animal shelters budget? Any questions from members of the public on the animal shelters budget, which can be found on page 24? Any questions on the animal shelters budget? All right, Director, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Next up is the police department. The police department's budget is on page 25. Good evening, Colonel.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Is that mic on, Colonel?
Good evening, Mr. President.
Thank you. I know the Colonel is stepping in today, and we appreciate you being here today. So, Colonel, one of the first questions we're asking the departments on your staffing. How does your staffing needs look, and where are you staff-wise this evening?
Sure. So on the sworn side, we currently have 8 vacancies. That would sound fairly promising, but it should be noted that even with the 8 vacancies, we still have other officers that are on the payrolls that aren't. We have other officers that are on the payroll that are not working. So, for instance, with our complement of 175, we're operating right now at 155 because we have the vacancies. We have 5 out sick. We have 1 on the job injury, 1 light duty, and 5 in training. So we are working on the 8 vacancies, and we look to hopefully be at full complement within the next 12 months. That being said, on the civilian side, our only vacancies are 2 dispatchers that we're currently seeking to hire, and also a part-time custodian. Other than that, all our positions are filled, and it should be noted that we did eliminate 2 positions for operators. That was a savings of $96,000.
Thank you, Colonel. And Colonel, when you bring on new recruits, new members, it's not usually a big class. It's usually 2 people here, 2 people there, correct?
So we're fortunate that the next academy class is going to have 7. But in this past fiscal year, we've put on 7 lateral transfers, but they came in at 1s and 2s. And this academy we're about to graduate is 2 employees.
And that's part of the trend, and not just in the state of Rhode Island, but nationwide, that this is a very difficult job. It is very difficult to get good people that want to be in that position to do that job. So you find good people, they're almost free agents sometimes once their contract is up. So, they can, they have the pick, so we were able to recruit because we have a great department. But you were able to bring people in that already have experience, that didn't have to go through the academy. They were already on a different department and stuff like that. But that's a trend, correct, Colonel? That it is very difficult to get people and to keep great people.
That's correct. Recruitment and hiring is a challenge at this point, but we've been fortunate. There's a small number of candidates that 39 cities and towns are vying for, and we've been fortunate to get some very qualified in-state laterals and out-of-state lateral transfers.
Thank you, Colonel. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Colonel, for lack of a better term, is there a social worker on staff
That is correct. We do have it. That you will find that in line item 30-332. That's a mental health clinician that is a contracted employee from the Providence Center.
I'm sorry, 30, what was the last three numbers?
30-332. That's a $60,000 budgeted item for a mental health clinician through the Providence Center.
Now, are they on call 24/7 or they do regular shifts?
They work 9 to 5 or 40 hours a week. They do ride along with our patrol officers. We can call her when she's off duty, and she will respond in as needed.
And how long has she been on staff?
We have been contracted with the Providence Center for, I would say, going on 6 years now. She's the second clinician that they've provided us.
And have you seen quantifiable benefits to that position?
Yes, I have. And please, I apologize for having my back to you.
No, not at all.
But just with this microphone. Yes, Councilman, we have seen it. That she works hand in hand with our mental health crisis response team. And as everybody in this room is aware of, the mental health situation in the state and in the country, along with the opioid pandemic, has really taxed our officers. So having a mental health clinician that can ride along with officers, respond out to scenes, assist in de-escalating and diffusing situations, and also can be a direct conduit to getting folks that are in crisis the needed services.
And my last question for you, do you see any need in the near future to expand that to being more than one position?
I would say no at this point. The one that we have does an excellent job, and we continue to train more and more officers in mental health crisis response as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions for members of the council? Councilman Sinapi.
Just mainly one for 3109 overtime. It's projected at 1.8 million for 2022, but for proposed, it's only 1.3. Why is that?
Well, we've done a good job in getting our officers back. I can say that we lost, our overtime budget was high because of COVID. That was one of the aggregating factors. One of the other aggravating factors was the fact that we actually had 2 officer-involved shootings, and which placed half a dozen officers out of service off the road for nearly 2 months. And we also, like I said, we were operating with 15% shortage. We were only operating at 150 officers. So getting officers back to work, retiring officers that had been out long-term sickness, and getting recruits on the road, we believe we're going to be able to keep that overtime down. The 1.8 projection is, if you know the history of our department, is pretty much an anomaly. We don't typically go that high.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis.
Okay. Hi, Colonel. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. I got line number 3113, holiday reimbursement. It seems like there's a big increase there.
Yes. So one thing that in talking with finance, if you look at the 2022 budget, that is not reflective of the 2.75% raise that was achieved in 2022. So when you look at the increase, what you're seeing is actually a 6.5% increase with the combination of the 2.75 from 22 and then the 3.75 for fiscal year 23.
Okay, yeah. All right, Stephen. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was still thinking about the answer to that last question. But we'll jump around here. Hi, Chief.
Good evening.
All right. Service contracts. I think it's 100K. That's 3340. You want to just talk about the delta there?
Yep. So we did have some interesting changes to that service contract code. So we have our DTS computer software. Director Carlucci mentioned that. That was a software that we went from Benchmark to DTS. In years past, when we presented that to council, that's a $25,000 fee. We budgeted that on a special details capital outlay and advised the council upon purchase that we would be moving that to $3340. That's one of the increases. The other increase was our TASER program. Currently, right now, we have $56,000 budgeted for TASER. As you know, the TASER program is crucial to de-escalation. I don't have to point far to an incident at police headquarters that began as a shooting and ending at a TASER deployment. We originally, in years past, used asset forfeiture money for that, or grant money. This year, we've moved that into service contracts. There is a slight chance that if we go to body-worn cameras and we use the same vendor, which is Axon, there's a chance that that $56,000 may be reduced slightly. Those are some of the big additions to service contract. The other one is $30,000 that we budgeted for copy machines. Our copy machines, 3 of them are 10 years old and have been out of lease for 5 years. The other one is 7 years old. And we anticipate that if we were to buy 2, it would cost us anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. That originally had been budgeted through MIS. However, it was taken out of the MIS budget and given to the separate departments. So that's where we realized the delta on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the detail on that. Telephone's up $50K from the last year budget, and about 50 from the projection for this year. That's 3303.
Yeah, here we go. That is showing the increase, the drastic increase with the amount of money that we're paying for Verizon Copper. We hope to solve that problem with the new radio system that you guys approved. But as we know, we're still ordering parts and waiting for them to come in. So we may see most of this fiscal year soaking up that.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Next, uniforms.
Yes.
Which is, I don't know, somewhere. That was $100,000 increase, I believe, my notes say.
Yep. Yes, that's correct. And that revolves around hiring. That's a small portion of the increase. The main portion of the increase, which is roughly about $100,000, is for bulletproof vests due to the number of people officers that need new vests. It should be noted that we will receive 50% of that vest money back through federal grants. But we still have to pay up front, which is why we put that in the budget.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. See any other big ones? Dispatch overtime. I think it was a $50,000 increase in that budget. Was that just based on your run rate, or I mean, it does look up this year? It was budgeted 150 in 22, budgeted 200 this year, and looks like it's going to finish about double the 22 budget for this year.
Yes, that's again probably the same reasons. COVID. You can imagine 5 people, or actually 16 people working in the same room on different shifts, 4 at a time. So COVID wiped us out last year. So we figure that's an anomaly, and we've really done a lot to improve our vacancies. So right now we're with 16 budgeted full-time employees. We currently have just 2 openings, but 2 are still in training. So we're still really working with 12.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I'm just going to jump over to the personnel supplement. A couple things to look at. So on page, I think on page 19, data entry transcriptionist. Last year's, it was budgeted $106,000 for two positions. This year it's budgeted at $50,000 for two positions. Any chance that's a typo, or was there a meaningful change in those roles?
We've got 2 full-time, 1 part-time, so that looks like that might be it. 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, take your time.
It looks like something got lost in translation.
Okay.
And there are 2 positions, so you can double that.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay, so that'll have to get reflected in the bottom line, obviously. Yeah. Okay. Along those same lines, this is just semantics, but or maybe not. On the total line, the number of positions on police civilians on page 19, it doesn't total up to the to the number here. So yeah, it adds up to 25, but it says 27 at the bottom. And I think it's those 2 switchboard positions that were eliminated. But anyways, just for what it's worth, I noticed the discrepancy there.
Noted.
The last one to bring up is there's a large increase for building custodian. Year over year, it was like 13% increase. And I've noticed this in some other departments, and mostly it seems to be attributed to hitting that 18-month probationary period, but just wanted to verify that.
Yeah, that's the only, other than the 2.75% raise, no step increases were allowed this fiscal year. So it would have been their grade having been their first, 6 months, 12 months.
Based on the longevity.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, sorry you drew the short straw on this. It's unfortunate. Colonel, on page 20, we have police officer first class, police officer second class, police officer third class. I don't know if this perhaps might be a typo. I'm assuming a second class police officer makes more than a third class. But what's showing in the personnel supplement is 18 positions for a total of $668,335. And if I've got the math right, that comes out to $38,129 per officer. Third class is 11 officers for $537,000, and that works out to $48,827, if my math is accurate. Is that correct? And then on a probationary officer, it's got 17 at $1,405,799, and that comes out to $82,694.
What was the last one you said?
It was probationary officer, there's 17, and it's $1,405,799, and I come up with $82,694, if my numbers are accurate.
Yeah, there could be yeah.
It seems like some of these numbers may have been misaligned.
Yeah, that is probably correct. I don't have an answer for you right now. I'd have to sit down with my payroll clerk and try to map it.
Okay. Yeah, you need to check that out because it doesn't sound accurate to me, right? So a second-class officer wouldn't be making less than...
No, you're right. I can even go back tonight and I can run the report showing the different classes too. I
Okay.
have it on the computer. I just don't have it in my notes.
So at this point, I'm going to assume that the budget of $16,900,000 is accurate, but somewhere along the line, there's some confusion in the classification salaries of those officers. So, Chief,
I would agree with you. And I actually have the spreadsheet with every single officer and what they make and what class they're in. And I can even show you, I can show the dollar amount. With Excel, I can just make sure I categorize them differently so you can see it.
Okay, you can
just to verify the number of positions. The total allowance, though, based on my spreadsheet, is correct. What you have with the 15,400,407. The only thing I would say on the personnel supplement, my overtime budget was cut, Mr. Schaefer. Thank for that, but that was cut by $200,000. It is reflected in my overall budget. However, if you look on page 20, you'll see 1.5 million in overtime. That should read 1.3 million in overtime, which means that total that you just referred to would be 16,700,406, not 16,900,406.
okay, so there'll be a couple of corrections that will need to be made on this. So, Chief, you said that as of now, you're at full complement of 175?
No, I am not.
I'm sorry. No,
Yeah.
let me
I wish I was.
retract that. Your capacity is 175.
Yes,
You're
sir.
somewhere around 155. Over the years,
Well, no, I'm not. So I'm at 167.
Okay.
So I'm paying for 167. I'm working with 155.
working with 155.
Correct.
Okay, so you're paying 167. Okay, so my point is that, once again, you're coming before the council with less than a full complement. And I seem to recall over the years, you have come to us on several occasions where you're less than full complement before you became colonel, right? That's kind of.
I don't think we've seen 175 in close to 2 decades.
I don't recall you getting to that number. Have in the last 10 years, if you can kind of run that through your head real quick, has the police department ever come in over budget?
No.
I don't recall.
We're going to be close this year with our overtime, but I don't think we'll be over budget.
I don't think so. I don't seem to recall the police department ever coming in over budget, less than a full capacity on top of everything else. Some of the questions I have, I think Councilman Gebhardt touched on it, but I have some different numbers. So on item 3127, salaries dispatchers, I'm showing a projection of 737 for this year and a proposed budget of 904 for next year. What would that, roughly $67,000 increase be for?
Be based on the raise.
Just a contract?
5.5% raise, plus which span 2 years. And
Right.
then it would also be the number of dispatchers that we anticipate having.
Okay, so it's contract.
If we knew
Okay. On item 3220, you've increased your proposed budget for gasoline to 540,000, 140,000 over this year. Not disputing that, given, the climate that we have out there. I believe that's about a 35% increase, and I'm not disputing that. My question relates to the credit, where it's item 3900, interdepartment credit for gas of 40,000, which is an 18% increase over year-end projection. Is there a reason why there's a difference between the increased cost of your gasoline budget versus the credit that's going to be issued?
Are you referring to 3980?
Yes, 3,900. Interdepartment.
2 minutes, Councilman.
Interdepartment credits for gas.
Oh, okay.
Your projection for this year is 22,000. Your proposed budget is 40,000. That's an increase of 18% versus the increase of your fuel cost of 35%.
Yeah, I honestly didn't look at the different percentages. We just went off the amounts that we back charged in previous years and added more for this year or next year because of the price increase.
Right, which is my point. So if the price is going up to you guys 35%, why isn't the credit being issued for interdepartmental credits the same? Because it's not. It's about half as much.
Fair point.
Okay. Supplies for the target range, 3236. That's going from 85,000 to 126,000. Is this all related to the increased cost of ammunition?
That's correct. And just for some comparisons, a case of practice ammo in 2020, 1,000 rounds was $211. The price is now $460. So that's more than doubled. And the price for duty ammo used to be $294 per case. We're now paying $850 per case. And I'm told that the specialty ammo, the 5.56, the 308 and rounds for our marksman team, when I asked the price of it, they said it was prohibitively expensive. And to put that into reference, the duty rounds that officers carry on the road, one bullet is $1.70. So, I mean, the price is just, I have a breakdown for how much ammunition we use. We did our due diligence this year. As you know, we transferred money and bought ammo at a cheaper rate. But even the stuff that we purchased with fiscal year 23 money, it's going to take anywhere from 15 to 18 months to show up. So we're kind of in a jam with everybody else.
And I agree with you completely on that, Colonel. I've made the calls and concur with you completely on the cost of ammo. It's ridiculous. Targets are not cheap anymore either. Thank you. That's the only questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very quickly, good evening, Colonel. We had a constituent outreach on the budget, and I spoke, and one of the constituents made this request concerning the VIN operations and the hours. Is it economically feasible? Well, first, let me ask you this. What are the regular hours of the VIN inspection station?
We run the VIN detail Tuesdays for 4 hours and Saturdays for 4 hours.
Okay. Would it be feasible or possible to extend those hours to other days than Tuesday and Saturday? Or is it a revenue loss position is what I should ask?
Sure. So we do make a fair amount of money on that VIN. I know that's not what that detail's for. We would lose some of our proceeds by doing that. We would also have some challenges staffing the detail.
Okay.
We're having a tough time filling road jobs, and as you know, that the VIN detail is at civic rate, so it's a less of a price. So when officers have a choice whether or not to do VINs or to work a road job at more money, they tend to take the road jobs.
Understood. And so it's only available to officers, not to, please pardon my not knowing the proper position, but like, let's say the retired officers who are part of details?
So there's some NCIC certifications that you have to maintain, which our retired officer corps does not maintain. However, we are in the process of working with Council 94 and the FOP to allow certain civilian employees from the police department that have NCIC access to be able to work that detail. There's a couple of hiccups, but we're trying to get some, do some negotiating to get that process in play.
Thank you so much, Colonel. And I just wanted to also add on that all the rest of the comments were very positive about your department and the professionalism of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the police budget? It starts on page 25.
Good evening. I've been coming to budget hearings for a very, very long time. And the one thing where there's continuity is within the police department. They always seem to do more with less. It's been like that since I've been paying attention to the city. And so I'd like to say thank you again to this colonel and the colonels before him for doing a great job and keeping us safe. I do have a couple of questions. Maybe you guys can clarify it. I'm not sure if Brad, either yourself or Mr. Schaefer. I'm just trying to reconcile some numbers here. I have the fiscal note from the latest contract with the projections in salaries, and they are conflicting with the projections and salaries in the budget, both 2022 and 2023. So the fiscal note with the 2.75% raise in fiscal year 2022, your fiscal note shows a salary with the increase of $14,504,324, but yet in your budget that we're speaking about tonight, the number that you reflect is $13,854,916. So there's a difference of $649,408. So I'm assuming that when you produce the fiscal note of the contract impact, that you use the same numbers when you produce the budget. So I'm wondering, how is there a $650,000 difference in the projection of salaries?
First of all, you have to look at page 51 in concert with this, which is, we had budgeted $800,000 in
Sorry,
city.
page 51?
Page 51, for city contractual obligations, which was an estimate of $400,000 for municipal workers and $400,000 for police. And they've got enough vacancies, so they're not running a deficit, so we're not going to move that money over there. I think that's the biggest part of the explanation, but
But this is just the line item of salaries.
yes, it's on page 51, 400,000 of that,
What number on page 51, Peter?
code 99, let's see, 75-198, city contractual obligations. There's an $800,000 item in there. 400,000 of it was to offset whatever was agreed to in the police negotiations. It has not been transferred over, so it's not in their base. It's over here. We don't need to transfer it because they've got enough vacancies that they're not going to run a deficit.
So you're saying there's 400,000 from this line item?
Yes.
Okay, so that leaves 249,000 difference in your figures. How do we reconcile that?
You've got to ask the question again. I really am.
I can't hardly hear you.
I'm having a hard time hearing in this room. I didn't.
Neither one of you can hear each other.
You
so-
can't hear me.
Well, I'm half deaf, so that's my problem.
You're going to have to ask the question again, because I did not hear I did not hear the details of your question.
So with what you've just said, as far as this $400,000 allotment that gets transferred, that still leaves a discrepancy of $249,408 from your projections. So I guess what I'm getting at is your fiscal note for your contract, the projections that you made there based on salaries versus the projection based on salaries in the budget. They're two different numbers, and they vary in 2022 by 649,408, and in 2023 expected budget 352,000. So in 2023, you're showing 15,048,000, but in this budget for fiscal year 23, you're showing 15,400 and change. So I just don't understand where that difference is when you're using the same set of numbers just on two different pieces of paper.
I mean, the projection in 22, the 13
Mike, you talking to the mic.
the 13,854,000, the projection for 22 was based upon monitoring payrolls over a period of time and projecting it to the rest of the year. They've got a lot of vacancies.
They've got vacancies.
He talked about the vacancies. There's eight vacancies right now. But when I did the fiscal note, we're assuming essentially a full complement. I think there may have been some discounting in the fiscal note, which I haven't looked at in some time, but.
So will those vacancies be filled this fiscal year?
It's a moving target. We're going to attempt to. But if somebody retired, we have 2 pending retirements over the next couple months. So that'll negate 2 hires. So it's very difficult. So when we figure out our 2023 personnel supplement, we do it to the person when they're here, which includes splits. So essentially, if somebody does 3 months as a probationary officer and then they move to third class, then it's calculated to the week based on the rank that they're at.
Yep.
We cannot determine who's going to get promoted and who's going to move. We can't determine if a major is going to move. So to be able to hit that magic number of 15.4 is almost impossible. What we do for the vacancies is we budget a probationary officer, but that's at the absolute lowest rate.
Makes sense.
Last year, for instance, when you compare the 2023 supplement, we have 6 probationary officers listed. Last year, we had over 10, just because we were so short-staffed.
So the other question I had is, in years past, when I've received the fiscal notes, which, by the way, they're typically online with the tentative contracts, but for some reason, this contract and the DPW, the fiscal notes were not online, but traditionally they are. So if you looked at the latest couple fiscal notes, 73-15 and 63-12A, they actually included in those fiscal notes the impact to the contract, what impact it had on the retirees. And that number was also included in the fiscal note. So if I'm correct in assuming when the active employees get the raise, the retirees also get a percentage of the raise too, correct?
Well, you're talking about the retirees in terms of a COLA? Because there's no linkage to the COLA any longer.
Retirees do not get a COLA?
Not for the.
So if the department gets a raise?
Retirees, the very old retirees that are in Police One still get a COLA based upon the compensation increase, but that's part of the actuarial study. He's making an assumption as to what the COLAs are. It wouldn't be any change in our appropriation for the.
Well, from what I understand, whatever the police get in active, the retirees get the same.
No.
That's not correct at all.
No, there's a few older employees who retired before 1980 or something like that.
Yeah, that's pension one.
They get the
Pension
same.
one They get I want to say it's 75% of the average, the national average. Pension 2 is still the standard 3%.
Okay, so it's safe to say that when they do get the raise of the contract, there is an impact to the retirees as well, correct?
Only for the older employees, but the actuary is already assuming that everyone's going to be getting an increase. I think their assumption is even higher than, it's at least 3% that they're assuming. So, and they capture the gains or losses every time they do another study.
So
But
you don't
wouldn't
carry
cha-
that-
They wouldn't change their number based upon one.
You don't
contract.
carry that number in your fiscal note. Is that carried somewhere else? Is that carried in benefits or OPEB?
I wouldn't have done that because I know how the actuary does it. The actuary is looking at the pay increases, that the people whose COLA are affected, which is a limited number of police officers. It's more firefight. There are more firefighters, but very few police officers left where the COLA's affected by the pay raise of the employee. And the actuary is already making an assumption on that.
Okay, so that dollar amount's not carried in your fiscal note, and it's not carried in the budget for your salaries. That's carried in, where is that carried in the budget? Is that carried under OPEB?
It's carried in on the pension page, which is near the end of the 50-something or other.
Is that 61?
54, page 54, is the appropriations for the different police, fire, and municipal employee
Mr. Cody, you have
plans.
2 minutes.
And those contributions are based upon actuarial assumptions on pay increases every year.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Brad.
Are there any more questions from members of the public on the police budget? Any more questions from members of the public on the police budget? Okay, next up is organized crime and drug enforcement. I believe this is the colonel as well.
Yes, so 31, 32, and 33, organized crime and drug enforcement, alcohol and highway safety enforcement, and police grants. This is, these are 3 budget codes that align with our partnerships with state and federal agency. So for instance, 31-101, that is our relationship with Homeland Security Investigations. 31-106 is the Department of, DEA, and 31-109 is Joint Terrorism Task Force. This is money that these partnerships have given us so that we can assist their investigations by providing them with a detective. This is not budgeted city funds. On the budget code, you want to?
Yeah, we go one at a time.
Okay.
Is there any questions on the organized crime and drug enforcement? This is on page 27 of the budget from members of the council. Members of the council. Any members of the public have any questions on the organized crime and drug enforcement budget? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the alcohol and highway safety enforcement. Again, Colonel, same.
Yep. These are
Same thing?
NHTSA funds that are directed to us through the Rhode Island Department of Transportation Office on Highway Safety, and we anticipate about $220,000.
Okay, any questions from members of the council on alcohol and highway safety enforcement? Members of the council. Any members of the public have any questions on the alcohol and highway safety enforcement budget? Again, same page, page 27. Okay, next up also is the colonel, is police grants.
This reflects Hope Initiative, our Solemn, which is our sex offender check group, and also our tobacco compliance. And we don't anticipate any changes.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on police grants? Questions of members of the council? Any members of the public have any questions on police grants? Members of the public, any questions on police grants? Same page 27. All right. Thank you very much, Colonel.
Thank you.
Next up this evening is the fire department. All right, good evening, Chief. Good to see you. We are on the fire budget, which is page 28 of the budget. Chief, my first question to you is, can you talk about your complement of firefighters and please speak about all the new recruits that came on, the new class, and then we'll move on from there. And Chief, you just got to grab it and get right in there. So I don't think it's on.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good evening. Back in mid-January, we had 23 new firefighters join our department. And we currently have 12 in training right now. Once those 12 are expected to come on in the first week of June, that will bring us to close to our full staffing of 204 is what we are budgeted for. And that will put us just 5 shy of that 204 figure.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And can you talk about how bringing on this new class has impacted fire overtime municipal budget? Always a hot topic here at the budget hearings. If you can talk about that line item.
Absolutely. So fiscal year 23, our proposed budget is $2,908,444, and that is from our projection of 5.2 for the projected for 2022. So we'll be able to meet our staffing level. It'll reduce our overtime. It also will reduce our injuries and sick time usage in the long haul by being fully staffed. Once the current recruit academy comes onto the department, we'll actually have a few floaters. We'll have 5 floaters for each shift compared to right now where we haven't had any floaters in quite some time. At one time, the department had a large number of floaters, I believe 6 or 7 per shift. We feel that 2 is an ideal number, and that's what we budgeted for, 2 floaters for each shift as an ideal number.
Great. So not only does it reduce the overtime budget, but the men and women of the fire department are more refreshed. They get to go home. They're not working these long hours,
Yes.
day in and day out, time after time, putting themselves in danger because of the extra time.
It has a huge impact on morale. Absolutely, it does.
Yeah.
In the past couple of years, members could not go home if they wanted to, whether it be for a holidays, weekends, kids' birthdays, whatever the case was. It was also because of the increased workload having a negative impact on our injuries, our OJI as well. So this is going to put us in a healthier place for our department.
That's excellent. So I just wanted to highlight that because this is budget hearing and we want to talk the numbers, and we do see that big reduction in the overtime budget, which I think is great, but also the impact on the individuals that make up this number, make up our fire department. Like you said, morale is up, less injuries, it's a really good thing. So, all right, I would open it up to my colleagues on the council. Any members of the council have any questions? Councilman Sinapi. And the fire budget starts on page 28.
Just first a statement, I'm glad to see that exactly what the fire department's been promising all these years, as far as if you get us more people, we'll have less overtime, and sure enough, that's what's looking like it's happening. And then line 35330, auto and vehicle maintenance. So that's dropping by over 100,000, but my question is that because it's moving to 65-265 DPW automotive?
That's correct. That money that's being reduced from our account is being added to DPW so that it'll make the repair of our apparatus easier, to send apparatus that has to go out to a outside vendor can be done. And that's the reason why you see that decrease in that line item.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. It's already been said, so nice work. Glad to see things moving in the right direction. All right, I'm going to just start with a couple of questions in the personnel supplement. On the civilian side. So there's a fairly sizable increase for fire code compliance technician. I didn't note the percentage, but it was well over the 2.75. Do you know, is that a role that had longevity?
I believe that person was hitting a longevity milestone, which is the increase combined with the contractual raise that was affected.
Got it. And then fire alarm dispatcher, that was budgeted in 22 for 100,000, and then it's budgeted in 23 at 150,000. Just wondering the justification on that one.
Are we looking at 35,129? I'm sorry, 35,127, salaries of dispatchers?
Well, if you look at the personnel supplement on page 22, there's a line for overtime fire alarm dispatchers. I guess it's 35,129, yes. You see it there also. So that was budgeted at 100,000 in 22, 150,000 in 23.
So we saw a large increase in overtime this past year. We had quite a few dispatchers that were out at the same time from medical issues, as well as people that were being quarantined from COVID. In fact, we had to staff the fire alarm. So our fire alarm dispatching is done with all civilian dispatchers. Because of the shortage of dispatchers, we had to train firefighters to fill in that role, and we actually had to pay overtime to the sworn members to fill in so that we could adequately staff fire alarm dispatch center during the pandemic. So that, to the best of my knowledge, had never taken place here before, but it was a scenario of we're short-staffed from a couple of retirements to begin with, and then we had a few injuries at the same time, as well as people that were being quarantined from the pandemic, which required us to do whatever was necessary to ensure we could safely staff that building and maintain public safety dispatching. So we had to staff that with firefighters that we trained to dispatch.
Okay, so then in this this upcoming fiscal year, it looks like you're anticipating that you will still be kind of facing headwinds in terms of losing staff for health-related issues and other things. That budget is up 50%, it looks like.
In conversations with our fire alarm superintendent, we do expect to see some people go out for some long-term medical-related issues.
Okay.
So we're trying to plan accordingly for that.
Okay. All right, so just one other question, and this, I hadn't thought about this one before, but when Council President was talking about the floaters, so that's great. So you essentially have some extra staff in the event that there's an emergency or someone calls out or is sick, you can cover that. In the event that one of those floaters is out, do you then call someone in to replace the floater, or would you go without a floater?
So if we're in a position that our staffing allows us to have the floater, so we have to have 46 firefighters on duty by contract. That's a minimum manning. Because we have a floater, if we had 47, or 48, if we have those two floaters that were there, and one of them is out for a sickness, we would not backfill that position.
Okay, got it. So they're there as the contingency to meet your minimum manning, but if for some reason they were out, that would then not impact you. We wouldn't then be calling someone else in
Right.
to, essentially increase our manning to 48 or whatever. it
Right,
is.
that will not affect, that will not add an increase to overtime. However, the reality of it is that we, most likely, I'm not going to see us have extra people on. And that's part of having two floaters instead of the 6 or 7 that they had at one time, that you're paying that salary as well as those benefits to that person. It's quite an increased cost. So we felt 2 was a much more realistic number.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be somebody that's going to be out either injured, sick, or on vacation. So that floor will be used to backfill that and reduce the overtime costs.
Got it. But then that's a management decision in terms of whether you fill that rather than a contractual obligation or a mandated. Okay. Great. I think that's all I have. But so thank you for your hard work on this and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chief, I'm going to follow up on Councilman Gephardt's question regarding fire code technician. What the contractual increase was 2.7%? Okay.
For the municipal, I believe that's
So,
what they received.
On the item that Councilman Gebhardt, was questioning fire code compliance, that has gone from 38,802 to 52,155. Do you know what the step increase was for that individual?
I don't know offhand. I can certainly find that out and get that information for you.
Well, when I do the math, if I put the 2.7% on the 38,802, that's 1,048. It brings it to 39,849. If I use a 7% step increase, that brings it to 42,639. But this number of 52,155 is calculating a 31% step increase. So it appears as though something is not correct. Either my math is off or these numbers are off.
I can research that, Councilman, and find out what the other increases in that line item are for. They were both vacant for a while because one of the positions was in the police department and the other one was vacant.
Yeah, the position was vacant and it was filled by somebody who was at 10%.
Say what?
The position was vacant last year, and the person who took the position has a longevity of 10%.
Still doesn't come up to, you can't go from 38,802 to 52,155 with a 2.7%.
It was budgeted at bottom step, so this person's probably not at that step, plus the 10%. Gets up there quick.
Last year, that budget code 068 was budgeted for $38,802. That's what that position was worth. $38,802. I don't care who the person was filling it. Excuse me, that was the position. This year, that position 068 has been increased to $52,155. That does not compute with a 2.7% contractual increase and a 10% step increase. It comes up to 31% step increase. That doesn't make any sense.
It computes with the pay grade. I'm guessing M09, so it must be at that pay grade plus the rest of the union contract where you get tops. Depends on where they came in from, what
I'm
step
looking
they
at
start
job
at, and then they
code.
get their longevity.
I don't know where she
I'm
came
looking
from.
at job
I have
code
no idea where she came from.
068 in both personnel supplements.
Fire code compliance tech.
Sorry?
Fire code compliance tech? Right?
It says fire code compliance technician, one position, job code 608, 52,155. That's for this year. For last year, the 2021-2022 fire code compliance technician, one position, job code 68. The salary was 38,802.
That was unfilled last year.
Chief, it doesn't matter if it was unfilled or not. If you were going to fill it, you'd be filling the position at 38,802.
The numbers were calculated based on whatever they were owed contractually is what we base our numbers on. We can certainly work, I don't have the breakdown in front of me, but we can certainly provide that.
Well, something's not right, because I don't care if the position was filled. If someone were hired to fill that position, job code 68, they would have been paid $38,802. This year, they're going to be paid $52,155. That's a 2.7% contractual increase and a 31% something increase.
If somebody bids into it, I'm not an expert on the municipal contract, but
I mean, it was a vacant position, so we would have budgeted it for somebody who walked off the street and into that job. As it turns out, somebody internal got the job and then inherited some benefits and steps through the municipal contract.
I couldn't understand anything you were saying.
So the position was vacant last year, so we would have budgeted for it at the level of somebody walking off the street into that job. As it turns out, the job was filled by an internal candidate who carried with them inherited step increases, longevity, years of service with it. So they would get the same pay grade, but with the added benefit of years of service with the city.
I mean, I understand that.
So
it's
nobody
30
got a 31% raise in the civilian.
what?
Nobody got a 31% raise.
Well, that's what this says.
There was nobody in the job last year to give a 31% raise to.
If someone would have been in the job last year, they would have been paid $38,802, correct?
If they walked off the street.
Okay. So how long would they have had to work here to get a 31% step increase?
This person has a 10% longevity. Plus the top step.
What longevity? Factor it all in.
Yeah.
You're telling me, could you send me the breakdown of that?
Yeah.
How this position went from
Looking at it.
$38,802 last year to $52,155 this year. Telling me who the person was, what the longevity increases were, or whatever it was, to change it from 38,802 to 52,105 or 55. I didn't see anything else in here that gets that type of an increase in a year. Doesn't make sense to me, sorry. Maybe you can give me the numbers that will make sense, but this doesn't make sense right now. Chief, on the, so I'll just, respectfully wait for that spreadsheet or series of numbers that you're going to show me how that came up to that. Chief, I'm looking at the numbers. The overtime is down significantly from last year. The salaries are also up significantly from last year.
2 minutes, Councilman.
And in all the years that I've been on the council, I've heard the same thing. if you give us the full complement, you give us the staffing, we're going to cut the overtime. We've had conversations on this council floor that if you give us the six floaters or 8 floaters, whichever it was, this is going back several years ago, we will be able to keep that overtime down to 800,000. You got the staff, you got the floaters, and the budget came in somewhere around $1.2 million. That was before you were chief. I'll make that point clear. I have yet to see the overtime come in under budget, at least that I recall. And from 2017 to your proposed budget of 2023, every year except 1 year, which is in 2019, your salaries and overtime increased. Didn't matter if you had a full complement or not. In 2023, your proposed budget for 2023 for salaries and overtime is $19,931,249. The proposed or the projected numbers for 2022, assuming those numbers are accurate, understanding from earlier this evening, that proposed or that year-to-date number is somewhere around middle of March, middle of April, beginning of May, something like that. The projected numbers for 2022 are $20,519,314. So with the additional complement, with the funding for the complement, including reducing the overtime, including the salaries, your budget this year is still almost $600,000 more than it was last year.
The budget overall is going to be reflected in the additional manpower that we added. So our overtime is going to be less, but our personnel items are going to be higher for the additional personnel that we hired. The overtime reduction is also reflected in that hiring.
The difference between your salary item this year versus last year is somewhere around 1.8 million. I'm sorry, yeah, 1.8 million. Your reduction in overtime is 2.3. So when you look at that on the face, you're saying that this went down 500,000 from last year, but it didn't. It's actually 588,065. And that doesn't include, of course, all the associated numbers for benefits, which are about 42% that get added into those numbers. So the point I'm making is, again, respectfully hearing and listening to what you're saying, that you give us the staff, you give us the complement, and we're going to bring that overtime down. How do you have a full complement of staff and still have almost $3 million in overtime?
Because we're budgeting for what we're going to have to fill due to minimum manning requirements when firefighters are on vacation. We have to backfill that shift. If one person is out, we have to backfill it. We don't have much of a cushion. The 2 floaters are put in there to provide some cushion and assist us so that we don't fall so far below like we had in the past. But we are, as most fire departments are, contractually obligated to the minimum manning requirements of 46 per shift. So if we're at 46 and one person calls out, we have to backfill that. I believe most other unions in the city may not be under the same tight regulations that fire departments are. But it's usually one for one. Someone calls out or is on vacation, that shift has to be filled. That is the driving force of our overtime.
Mhm. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm all set.
Thank you, Councilman.
Just one other comment. I mean, I've worked with Jason on these numbers and the chief when they were putting their budget in, but last summer we were spending $160,000 a week in overtime. It's now down, with this first complement coming in, down to $80,000 a week. With the 12 additional firefighters going on in June.
Right.
And they put them on trucks beginning in July. And July and August are tough for overtime because of people on vacation. But this budget is really based upon reducing overtime starting in September to about $55,000 a week. And I've gone over the numbers with Jason, and I'm comfortable that there's a good chance they're going to get there.
Time will tell. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. To pick up where Councilman Lattiser, I believe, was leaving off, my back of the envelope math is that looking at the 22 projection, comparing it to the 23 proposed budget, you have in the 23 proposed budget for salaries, Fire 2, $16,586,000, compared to in the 22 projection for the salaries, $14,840,000, a difference of about $2.7 million. And of that, it appears to me, back of the envelope math, that approximately $400,000 of that, more or less, is based on the 2.7% raise, with the balance being due to the additional hires, more or less.
I mean,
No, that raise is for municipal only, not for the fire department.
I mean, just when this budget was put together, there was some hope. There was some hope that you would, first of all, get some people from other fire departments, but it didn't really work out. You didn't get new people in the force until February sometime.
Right.
With the second round of 12 in June, this budget was really contemplated getting people in the fall sometime. That did not happen. So that's why your overtime is higher and your regular payroll is lower, because those people didn't come on until February, starting in February.
Okay.
And also combined with the overtime is the effects of COVID, is the fact that we had a large number of people that were still had to be quarantined and be out. In some cases, we had whole stations that were in quarantine. That really drove up our overtime number as well. In addition to the vacant positions that we had.
To be clear, my first question was about the difference between the projection for the end of the current fiscal year on salaries and the proposed budget in fiscal year 23 for salaries, not specific to the overtime, because I want to just establish exactly where that the 2.7 million is primarily due to the additional hires. We're not talking about everybody gets a 15% raise, right? This is additional hires. A raise may have something to do with the projection, maybe, but primarily it's due to we're paying more people, correct?
That's right.
Okay, good. All right, so using that $2.7 million, and then now I'm taking a look at the overtime for Fire 2. So just comparing now the Fire 2 salary to the Fire 2 overtime, so trying to compare apples to apples. And similarly, apples to apples, trying to compare the 22 projection for the end of this current fiscal year to the 23 proposed budget, I see that the difference of approximately, this is the 22 projection, 5,262,000. Subtract from that the 23 proposed budget of 2,908,000, and that's a difference of approximately 2.3 million. And so I'm comparing that additional 2.7 million in the salaries, comparing that to the 2.3 million less in overtime, and I'm trying to just kind of wrap my head around that, in that overtime, it's my understanding, is typically, and under the collective bargaining agreement here, paid at 50% more than the salary. And so I'm not sure why, if the salaries are going up by $2.7 million, with the vast majority of that being explained by additional hires, that the overtime would only go down by 2.3 million, as opposed to a more dramatic decrease, considering that overtime is paid at time and a half.
Point of order, please. I think that there's been an error in that calculation. The proposed budget of 2023 is 16,586,000. The 2022 projection is 14,840,000. It's 1.7 million. If I'm understanding Councilman Ricks correctly, I think he was calling it at 2.7.
Thank you, Councilman Ladisser. You know, that back of the envelope math was a little too hasty there. Yeah, so 1.7 million contributed to the 2.3 million decline there. Okay, I can see how that makes more sense. However, looking at some of the other 2022, I'm looking now at that third column from the right, year to date, starting with line item 35,116, unused sick time. So for the 2022 year to date, it's $447,712. Same number for the 22 projection, but in the proposed budget for 23, it's at 305,000, and so I'm not sure why there were some large swings on that line item in the past. I see it going from 387,000 in 2020 to 703,000 in 21, back down to 312,000 in the budget for this current year, 22, and jumping up in the actual numbers to the 447. So I'm not sure what attributes to the swings there, and why then it's at 305 in the 23 proposed budget.
So one of the things that accounts for the swing that you see in those numbers is the fact that the unused sick payout and the unused sick severance when they retire both come from that line item, and we are unable to plan for retirements. It's very difficult. We really don't know how many people are going to plan on retiring each year. So if there's a year we get more retirements than expected, that is why we see that spike in those numbers. It's impossible for us to forecast exactly how many retirements we're going to have each year and how much we're going to have to pay out in severance. And because of that, we are unable to forecast with certainty the number of retirements we're going to have each year and the money that we'll need for the unused sick account.
Thank you.
2 minutes, Councilman.
Thank you. Another thing I was uncertain about that unused sick time item is could the 22 projection in fact increase even if there aren't additional retirements, but because of the way that the contract works in that once firefighters hit their 100, I think it's 140 hours, they can monetize?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I didn't hear the last part of your message.
Even if a firefighter does not retire, it's my understanding that they can continue to, once they accrue hours in excess of 140 hours, it can be monetized.
It can be with a limit that's spelled out in the contract, which is annually, I believe it's capped out at 12 days.
Okay, and then since I'm running short on time, I'm looking at line item 35305, sewer usage. The 22 year to date is 332,000. The 22 projection is actually $22,000 less at 310,000, and the 23 proposed budget is $200,000. So, or excuse me, I'm trying to line up these line items. It's actually 35,330 auto and vehicle maintenance. It was at current year-to-date 22 at the 332,000, 22 projection 310,000, and the 23 proposed budget is 200,000. It just struck me as odd that the year-to-date is higher than the projection, and then I'm not sure how the 23 budget is being set at significantly less.
So that is a reflection of an account that was set up with Public Works is having, we, rather than put that money in our account, we put the money in an account for Public Works that's going to be used for fire department repair for outside vendors. And so I believe when DPW comes up, they'll probably discuss that in more detail, but that is that's the reflection. That's the reason why we see that decrease in that 35,330 for auto vehicle maintenance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the council that haven't get a chance to speak? Would like to ask any questions? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the fire budget? Starts on page 28. Any members of the public that would like to speak on the fire budget? Starts on page 28. Okay, next up is the Warwick Emergency Management Budget, which is found on page 30. Chief, I believe that's you as well.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions for the chief for the Warwick Emergency Management Budget, page 30, from members of the council? Members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the Warwick Emergency Management Budget, page 30? Members of the public? Okay, the next one is fire grants. Also, the chief. Chief, also on page 30, are there any questions from members of the council on the fire grants budget? Any questions from members of the council on fire grants? Councilman Gephardt.
Less of a comment, I mean, less of a question, more of a comment that the department always does an excellent job in securing grant funding for necessary and, often costly, upgrades. And I mean, things look pretty static here, but I know you're always looking out to the future. Is there any potential upside in this category in terms of things that you need to acquire?
Yes, Councilman, there is. So what you see there, the pass-through grants, that is a combination of grants we receive each year to run our hazmat teams, our marine teams, our tech rescue teams. But what we have applied for So we currently have applied for assistance to firefighter grant for $986,274 to continue our radio upgrade program that we have. That'll buy portable radios, mobile radios, repeaters, things of that nature. So we are still we've applied for that, and we are in the process of waiting to find out. We don't expect to for a few months yet. And we've also applied for a SAFER grant, which is a staffing grant. It's a 3-year grant we've applied for as well. That is a $5.7 million grant we applied for. We're also in the same boat with that one. We're still waiting on that. In addition, we've also applied for other smaller funding opportunities that come out from Rhode Island EMA, and we're always on the search for other funding opportunities as well.
Yeah, your team does a great job on that. So in terms of the first grant for the radio infrastructure, are there budgeted dollars in this budget related to those projects that could be offset by the grant, or is that work essentially waiting to see if you acquire the grants?
So in the capital items, there is some, I believe in fiscal year 24, there's some projects that are listed for upgrades to our communication center, our fire alarm dispatching area, things of that nature. And we've also applied for some federal funding opportunities as well that may offset that.
Okay, so there is some potential upside in this budget that's before us. And the same on that SAFER grant, same timeline. It could have a material impact in the 23 budget, or does that one look further out?
Realistically, probably the 24 budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from members of the public on the fire grants budget? Any questions from members of the public on fire grants? All right, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Next up is building inspections, is on page 31. What's that? Yep. Is there any questions from members of the council on the building inspections budget, which is on page 31? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Gephardt.
Hello.
Good evening. Good evening.
Would you just state your name for the?
My name is Seth Golbitz. I'm the alternate building official. My name is Seth Golbitz. I'm the alternate building official for the city.
Thank you for coming to join us tonight. Give me a second to get organized here. All right, so I'm mainly in the personnel supplement. So building complaint clerk. Was there a retirement or did someone leave in that role? Because that looks like that's down $8,000 from what was budgeted last year.
Yes, we had a retirement the past year, so we have a new complaint clerk in now.
And is that role already hired, or is this a forward-looking?
No, it's already been hired. The person's been in position for about 4 months now.
Okay, all right. So they will achieve some step increase in this budget year.
I'm not aware, so it's his first time working for the city, so he's only been here for a couple months.
Okay. All right, second up is, so the electrical inspector and the construction inspector, both of those roles increased, well, the construction, there's two, but both of those increased by 5.57% over last year.
That is correct.
I'll answer that for him.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
So what happened last year is for municipal and non-police or fire, the contract was in limbo, so we didn't actually budget the 275 for these positions. So that's what you're saying. We didn't budget the 275 last year. It was over in contractual obligations on 75,198, and so it looks like it's compounded this year, and it hasn't.
I see. So they were paid the increase in the current year.
Yep.
And we don't have position by position like actuals through the year or projected for the year. Or I guess we do in aggregate.
If I pulled one of those right now for you, you would see the 275 was processed.
Got it. Okay, so wherever I see 5.57, essentially that's a partial year of 2.75 for 21, 22, and a full year of 2.75. Okay, great, thank you. So then I'll just focus on the larger ones. So clerk, tech, zoning specialist. That one was up 14.5%. Again, we can assume it's longevity, but I'd like to confirm that.
That's correct. She's been here longer than I have.
Okay, got it. So she hit her 18 months and received her step. Okay. I would love to get any kind of document from the city that would show those increases and when they hit, would probably eliminate some repeat questions. And then the other one that was down was the permit specialist. So there's a savings in that category. It looks like there's two roles there, but there was some savings in that. So I don't know, perhaps a retirement or a replacement.
One, the permit specialist moved to a new position. So we recently hired a new person from a different department to come over. The other one has been there for about 4 or 5 years.
Okay. All right. So we saw the savings on the new hire, and the other one's just sort of business as usual. Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth, your department you have a lot going on in that department. So you have building permit issuance and fees, et cetera. And I just want to point out that I can remember that maybe 10, 15 years ago when we had such a situation here in the city with the building department. There were a lot of issues in terms of getting permits done, getting plan review done, et cetera, et cetera. I think over the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years that our building department has really turned things around in that. And I can speak to it freely because I pull a lot of permits during the course of the year throughout the city. That is paramount to revenue for this city. Getting those permits issued, getting those plan reviews done, getting electrical inspections done, et cetera, et cetera. And something I just want to point out is the building permit fees generated by the department this year is projected to be somewhere close to $1.2 million in building permit fees. Next year, it's $1.3 million. And that's good news for everyone, because when you increase those building permit fees, that means you're increasing revenue to the city, not just in the fees, but the ancillary things I also think a question I had asked earlier was what state fines and penalties were, item 100-036-7876. And I think I just figured it out.
The penalties,
Seth, do you know, it's 100-036-76. That's in the revenue side of the budget, Seth.
I found it.
Do you happen to know what the total fines were your office issued in the past year for working without a permit?
The total penalties that we collected since April, we stopped at April, we didn't do May yet. It's $121,000 in penalties.
Okay, that's in addition to the $1.3 million in fees.
That's correct.
So that item of 03676 of 100,000, I'm sorry, of 94,199 for this year, is that from your office?
I don't know when this was made. Do we know what month this was?
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Okay, so we figured out that question. Okay. Seth, is your office up to full capacity now with staffing?
Now, we have one position still open. We're trying to find a qualified candidate for the new position for, what is it called? Building coordinator specialist. It's going to handle pretty much how the whole business, the building department works, from complaints, inspections, problem properties. Instead of having myself go out to every single property, there's going to be, the workload is going to be divided. So I can stick more on commercial plan review and do any properties dealing with commercial. The new candidate will do mostly residential work and do the inspections with a B1 and a B1 inspection, inspector qualification.
In your proposed budget for this year, has that position been budgeted for?
Yes, it's been budgeted.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Latham, sir. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the building inspections budget, page 31? Any questions from members of the public on the building inspections budget? Okay, hearing none. Is there any objection to, the library is not here this evening. Is there any objection to amending the docket to place the Warwick Public Library after the ARPA hearing? After ARPA, so it would be heard tomorrow evening. Any objection? Okay, hearing none, we will hear the Warwick Public Library tomorrow evening after ARPA. Next up is Human Services. And I want to thank the directors from Human Services for being here this whole time. I saw you up there. Good evening, Director. So
I'll try that.
I'm going to turn that mic on for you. Yeah.
Meg Underwood, Director of Senior Service.
Good evening, Director. First questions on how is your staff levels for Human Services?
Full, we don't have any vacancies at all in Human Services.
No vacancies, okay. Are there any questions from members of the council on the Human Services budget? We're on page 35. Page 35, Human Services budget for the Director. Councilman Gephardt.
Hi, Director.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well, thanks.
Let's see here. So, the only question I had, get to your page, was in the transportation section. And I know you were before the Finance Committee recently and purchasing some vehicles. And one of the things that I noticed in your budget was that there was reduction in drivers and I think in fuel maybe. And then I recalled that you were adding some vehicles and that just seemed
Seemed a little
discongruous to
backwards.
me.
So unfortunately, we were not able to purchase the vehicle. We had grant and extra money thanks to the city. Oh, I'm sorry. We were unable to purchase the vehicle. The price from the vendor went from $68,000 to $80,000 to $114,000. So we did not have the funds to cover that. The grant was still brought in and is going to be applied to salaries. We're hoping to get that next year. We do have some older vehicles, some 2013s that do need to be retired. We would like to have 5 functioning vehicles and have, currently we have 2 full-time drivers. We're going to add another full-time driver while eliminating 3 part-time drivers and 1 part-time dispatcher. So the dispatcher does some driving as well as the transportation planner. So there are technically 4 drivers and there will be 5.
Okay, got it. So you're retiring some part-time roles in exchange for some more full-time roles, and then you'll.
Right. We're eliminating 3 part-time driver positions, 1 part-time dispatcher position, and adding 1 full-time driver. We find that it's easier to get a full-time driver than a part-time driver. And so the dedication and ability to count on someone every day is a little bit better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Meg, could you repeat those numbers of that vehicle for me? It started out at what?
Oh, the vendor, so we had, I want to say there were 4 bids. The lowest vendor was $68,000.
No. The one that we originally awarded the vehicle to.
Was $68,800.
$68,000, then it went to 86.
And then it went to 80,000 and change. I don't remember the exact amount.
Okay, we say 81, then to 114, right?
Correct.
So that's interesting because numbers I'm pretty good with remembering. And didn't the spread on that vehicle, didn't the spread on those bids go from 68 to 114?
That's exactly right.
Isn't that an incredible coincidence that vendor knew the bid, the high bid was 114, realized they left 46,000 on the table, and then turned around and socked it to us?
I honestly think because
No, I'm not asking you to comment on it. I'm just making a statement. Something that I will certainly keep in mind if this vendor bids on our vehicles again. On the Pilgrim Center, it's not in my ward. I understand that, respect that, but I've gotten calls on it and questions. In your budget, do you have in your budget monies allocated for various repairs that are needed or may be needed in the Pilgrim Center?
We do for capital funds, yes. We have, I'm sure that will come up
Excuse me one
later.
second, Director. Councilman, we're on Human Services. I don't want to skip ahead. That's Senior Centers. That's next.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just,
Same director.
I'm thinking
but
it's
yeah.
all like one and the same. All right, hold my question. No problem.
Any other, we're
I'm
at
still
Human
going to
Services.
remember that vendor.
Any other questions from members of the council on Human Services? Any questions from members of the public on Human Services? Hold on. Any questions from members of the public on Human Services? Councilman Ricks.
A brief question. So on the contributive support miscellaneous, I take it that there is an application process?
Yes, as a matter of fact, that was just completed. So the mayor has a committee of people who interview nonprofits who are interested in the community support, contributive support, I'm sorry. And those interviews were just completed, and the mayor now has the decision as to how to distribute that money.
I see that in the past there have been some faith-based groups on the list, and I was curious what well, I'll hold that question since it doesn't directly have to do with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next up is the Senior Center. Councilman Lattiser.
Go to it, Meg.
So could you just repeat your question for me?
Yes, I wanted to, I was asking if you have monies in your budget for taking care of repairs, potential repairs, et cetera, in the Pilgrim Center.
Yes, so again, that's in the capital funds budget. And the first year, we have, for instance, flooring that needs to be replaced. The building is 32 years old, I want to say. And it's, obviously some of it has fallen into disrepair. And one of the things that really needs to be done is new flooring. We did get a few things done last year, but there are several things in the capital funds budget in terms of getting repairs done to the building.
Thank you.
Questions from members of the council. Councilman Rex. And we're on page 37, Senior Center.
In addition to the flooring for the Pilgrim Senior Center, could you outline some other areas of concern for the Senior Center that would require capital repairs?
Unfortunately, I do not think I brought the capital funds update. Do you have that? Thank you. So yes, in 22 to 23, the flooring, $35,460, and a building condition assessment. Eric Earls had assisted us in finding a company who could come out and really look at the building carefully and find out exactly what we need. And that assessment is $10,500. That's budgeted for the next year. In the following year, flooring for the classrooms and the offices, and also banquet chairs. I believe we also have a bus budgeted for those first 2 years. It's not on here for some reason. None on this. I've got a different. Thank you. So, great. Thank you. So in FY24, $110,000 for the paratransit bus, which sounds like it's going to be more than that by then. The flooring, $79,000. Replacement chairs, $52,000, for a total in that year of $241,000. Did you want me to go one more year?
No need at this time. I did hear from some constituents that although at least one set of bathrooms was always functional, that there was a period of time where another set of bathrooms at the other side of the building were inoperable or out of order. I'm not sure if that has been corrected at this time.
Yes, there was a leak in one of the restrooms on the, I guess it's the north side of the building, and that has since been repaired.
Oh, I'm sorry, these mics aren't the best.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'll try that again. There was a leak in one of the bathrooms, making it inoperable for a time, but it has since been repaired.
Oh, very good. And are there any concerns about the roof?
That's one of the things, Councilman, that we're going to have that building assessment take a look at. We did have some repairs done to the roof about 2 years ago, but it was just one small section. And yes, there are concerns about leaks elsewhere, which is where the the building assessment will come in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions on the senior center? Any questions from members of the public on the senior center budget, page 37? Any questions from the public on the senior center budget, page 37? Okay, next up is senior transportation. Director, that's you again, same page 37. Any questions from members of the council on senior transportation budget? Any questions from members of the council on senior transportation? Any questions from members of the public on senior transportation budget, page 37? Any questions from members of the public? All right, thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You as well, thanks.
Next up is community development.
I feel like I just got chosen as a contestant on The Price is Right.
Yeah, come on down.
Mr. President, may I make a recommendation, please? Would the speakers please use the microphone that's on, similar to this one?
Sure, if we can, the one in front of Director Schaefer, if we can grab that for the director. Mr. Vicente, please introduce yourself.
Bill Vicente, Community Development. As you can see in the budget supplement, it's just salaries. There's a $16,850 decrease in salaries from last year to this year.
All right. Is there any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Community development. Any questions from members of the public? Excellent job, Mr. Vicente.
Thank you.
Next up is the Department of City Plan.
Hi, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director.
Good evening, Director. We're on page 40. How is the staffing in the Department of Planning?
Well, when you consider Bill's department who just went, is technically under me, he's missing 2, and I'm missing 1 person. Historically, in our department, I've been told by staff, this was as many as 14 in planning. We're currently at 8, and I would say we're adequately staffed.
Are you have any positions that you're posting? Or are you trying to fill?
No, we're adequately
Okay.
staffed.
The mayor said we're good. Okay. Any questions from members of the council on the Department of Planning, page 40? Any questions from members of the council on Department of Planning? Any questions from members of the public on the Department of Planning? Any questions from members of the public on the Department of Planning? All right, thank you very much, Director. Next up is Tourism, Culture, and Development. Good evening, Director. No pressure, but you're going to be the last one of this evening. So we are, for everyone walking at home, this will be the last one for this evening.
Well, thank you for having me.
So, no pressure at all there. Okay, we are on page 41. How is the staffing levels at the Tourism, Culture, and Development Department? Are you fully staffed? Do you have any open vacancies?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Do you have any open positions in your department? Are you fully staffed?
Yes, we do.
You have open positions?
Yes.
Or you're fully staffed?
God, I'm hearing echoing, I'm sorry.
Are you fully staffed or do you have any open positions?
I'm sorry. Sorry, it's late. I'm usually in bed by now. We have 2 open positions.
So you have 2 open positions. Okay. Any members of the council have any questions on the tourism, culture, and development budget? Councilman Gephardt.
I do. Let me find my way here. What, do they don't have the page number that we're on? Thank you. 41. So, thank you, Director. There are these increases in tourism programs. Can you describe, so it goes from 300,000 in the current budget year to 400,000 in the next fiscal year. I am in no way opposed to investing in tourism, but can you talk to us a little bit about what that is and what are the outcomes that you are hoping to achieve?
Our programs cover a lot of.
Oh, let's get the mic. Thank
Our
you.
programs cover a lot of the media advertising and buys that we do to promote the Warwick tourism. I'm sorry.
You got to really get in the microphone and really hold it close to you, especially with the
Okay,
mask on.
Sorry. So that money, a lot of it goes for the advertising to promote Warwick. So we do on NBC, Channel 10, we promote to Connecticut, Boston, New York, New Jersey to try and bring people into Warwick. So
Okay, got it. So the entirety of that, of the 100,000 increase is media buys?
Sometimes media buys, fireworks. We do a lot of things for events too. But most of our money does go to advertising to promote, to bring people here, to fill our hotels.
Okay, got it. And then that budget is funded by
The hotel taxes.
Hotel tax. Okay. Great. So essentially, you're just looking to amplify the impact of those and draw more people in.
Yeah.
Do you publish any metrics on the impact of those programs? Like, is there attribution between you do a program here and then you can measure it in some way or another?
I don't think we heard that fully. Could you explain that or ask that question again, please?
Yeah, so typically in marketing, right, if you're going to spend marketing dollars, there would be some attribution in terms of, okay, I ran a program in Connecticut and we've seen some increased activity from that market that justifies that we're doing a good job with our advertising spend. So just wondering how you track that and if that could be made available to the council.
Yes, we do. Now we, this new program, we get analytics. So I do get reports back from the television station and also I can follow daily on a dashboard with this new company that we're doing for our search engine marketing and the OTT that we're doing with our Warwick video. We're getting very good response rate of people completing the video. So we know people are paying attention.
Okay, that's great. And then are we promoting other assets of the city? Like for instance, we heard tonight about the hockey rink and it's in full more, but do we have any specific programs about assets like the rink or like the pool that might be attractive to, sports leagues or someone else from out of state?
So we work hand in hand to promote the events, and that's our job, to promote what they do. But also I have a list of several hundred events from sporting events that are booked already in the state, and a lot of them I can show you the hotels that they are staying at. So people love to stay in Warwick. We have a great family hotel system with 2 beds in the bedroom so families can come. So we have tons. So we help promote those events, which brings the people in.
Great. Thank you so much.
Just to elaborate on that as well. Elizabeth works closely with the Providence Warwick Visitor and Convention Bureau, and that's a much larger organization of some 20 employees. They actively promote Warwick because it's the center of the state. We have the Crown Plaza. And so it's a centerpiece of the state with respect to hosting for various sporting events. And so they do a lot of the marketing for us hand in hand with Elizabeth. And I would also emphasize that you mentioned, Councilman Gephardt, that the monies that fund this program are through the state hotel tax. Those are dedicated revenues through the state's statutory formula, the distribution to the city. So these cannot be used for general fund purposes. They're specifically earmarked for tourism promotion.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council on the tourism, culture, and development budget? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the tourism, culture, and development budget? Page 41. Any questions from members of the public? Okay. Hearing none, I would like to entertain a motion to continue the public hearing on unfinished items and departments to May 24th, 2022 at 4 p.m. Councilman Howell, will you make a motion? Councilman Howell makes the move, second by Councilman Foley and Councilwoman Travis. We're going to do a roll call vote. A yes vote is for favorable action to continue to the public hearing to tomorrow.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Riggs? Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to continue public hearing to 5:24 at 4 o'clock.
Thank you. We will see everybody here tomorrow at 4 p.m.